Chapter 464. Their gazes met, and the other couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He shifted his upper body slightly and frowned. You have a fierce gaze. You must have gotten into a lot of fights in the dojo recently. Oh yeah. Luo Nen recognized his sister. He then looked at his wristband. It was already 1:45 a.m., very close to the appointed time for breakfast. Where's your manners? The distance between the two was too close. Luo Nen still dared to call her by her name. You reached out her hand to pinch his face out of habit. Though Luo Nen had lowered his head to look the time, he nimbly tilted his head to avoid the attack. Then he relied purely on the strength of his waist and legs to stand up in this extremely narrow space, jumping out of Ye's torment domain. Ye's eyes lit up. You're like a living monkey. You've grown capable. I'm all right. Luo Nen curled his lips. If it weren't for the fact that he was far too familiar with the aura of his family and that Cat Eyes Yuqin and the others had stayed at a safe distance for a long time by his side, leading to his lack of vigilance, you wouldn't even have had the chance to get close to him. Also, thank you for your contact lenses. Luo Nen wasn't prepared to get entangled with Ye over the issue of sibling status. He looked around and saw that Hai Jing was here as well. He raised his hand in greeting and said casually, "Are you done with practice?" Hai Jing chuckled. "Which one are you talking about? Do you want to watch me sleep?" Huh. Luo Nen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head and saw the BHD trio. Shui Yuan had her head buried in her clothes. Clara was admiring her nails, and Baiyu was leaning against the enormous wall mirror. She stared blankly at the ceiling. It was unknown where her mind had wandered off to. Though the things they did were all different, there was one thing that was extremely synchronized. No one paid attention to Luo Nen. The atmosphere within the practice room was clearly low. Not good. He had offended someone. That's right. Not only was he flirting with the instructor in front of the gorgeous and dynamic song and dance, he could even openly sleep. What did he think of the three young and beautiful girls? Even if she doesn't hold a grudge, she still has to sort out her emotions, right? Luo Nen wanted to give a few words of explanation, but he discovered that he was simply unable to speak. He wanted to save the millions and millions of citizens of Xia City and prevent them from being harmed by the mutant virus. This was a great and honorable reason, but he needed people to believe it. There was no other way. Luo Nen could only choose the simplest and crudest method. I'm going out to make a call. Making a phone call was an excuse, but contacting Peony was a matter that could not be delayed. Luo Nen activated Ink's perspective as soon as he walked out the door. He determined Peony's position. The other side seemed to be the lobby of some high-class restaurant. Ink couldn't enter, so he could only see Peony's back through the street view glass. The latter was sitting peacefully on the sofa in the lobby waiting area. At this hour, was he taking a nap after the lunch? Luo Nen didn't think too much about it. He directly transmitted the information. Suspected target discovered. Location outside Becky's coffee house on the west side of the plaza. Peony clearly leaned back and shot back with annoyance. "Mr. Partner, I'm on a date. I'm going to see my family, okay?" Forget it. Maybe this is God's will. Say it again. Where is the target? Luo Nen saw that Peony didn't seem to be joking. He could not help but hesitate. Did I really disturb you? Then let's wait. Don't waste time. If you have something to say, say it. Peony took a deep breath, stood up, and looked around the hall. She seemed to still be reluctant to leave, but in the end, she still chose to walk out with large strides. Perhaps it's fine to follow Mr. Ink, right? An enormous crow flew across the plaza. It was quite eye-catching. Fortunately, Luo Nan's target was in the outer perimeter. There were many people in the plaza and the environment was complex. For the first time, he explained a few characteristics of the target in advance. Female, early 20s. She wears a brown long windbreaker. She should be a university student in the parade. There are quite a few people around her. She might be drinking right now. Her emotions are quite agitated. Peony walked forward as she listened, but her feet suddenly stopped in the end. She's in the 3rd stage of infection in the parade? That's a ticking time bomb, okay? I said it. It's just a suspected target. She shouldn't be in the 3rd stage. Not yet? It's not like she's a mutant. You're saying that she's in the 2nd stage? The suspicion in Peony's words could be clearly heard even from 2 kilometers away. I'm not sure, but it's really hard to classify this person. Luo Nan didn't explain further because he had been out on the phone for too long. Haijing opened the door and stuck his head out to remind him. You lock onto the target first. I have a bit of a situation over here. I'll contact you later. Okay, I'll contact you when I'm in place. Peony originally wanted to contact Trigate Security, but she put it aside for now. She prepared to observe and make a judgment. I hope it's not a momentary misconception. If there's no doubt about it, I support you in starting a new research topic. When that time comes, I can call you Professor Crow. Luo Nan responded in a bad mood. I'll take your auspicious words. He temporarily cut off the connection and returned to his room. Haijing laughed a bit apologetically. We're going out to eat. We're going to move now. On the other side, Amoya had just ended her call. Her expression was gloomy. She looked like she had something on her mind. She recovered her usual carefree and confident attitude when she saw Luo Nan return. You're out of luck today. The beautiful woman I wanted to introduce to you isn't coming. Shui has something to do as well. She won't be participating in this event. The number of beautiful women has decreased by 2/3. Luo Nan didn't pay much attention to the first half of Shui's words, but he was a bit surprised that Shui wouldn't be going. Shui was the drummer of the Mountain Creek Band. She was a band member whose popularity was second only to Amoya. They were about to rehearse. Was she going to act alone? Haijing also laughed. I originally wanted to invite Teacher Cat Eyes and Miss Yuqin to come, but they need to accompany BHD to make some final adjustments. Luo Nan's eyebrows jumped. He turned to look at Cat Eyes. Cat Eyes acted as if nothing had happened. She sent him a smile. Her intentions were quite subtle. An afternoon nap is very important. You can also do yoga in the meantime. Yuqin also said that she would accompany a friend. She wouldn't be joining in the fun. As for the trio from BHD, they were excluded from the very beginning. After all, they were still half-grown children. Their stage experience was far inferior to that of Amoya, who had been struggling in the underground circles for many years. That being said, Luo Nan discovered that he seemed to have overestimated the Mountain Creek Band a bit when they arrived at the restaurant and the banquet began. The banquet started at 2 o'clock. The atmosphere was quite average. The participants were probably pondering about tonight's performance. They were a bit unsatisfied with the food. Mountain Creek was the lowest of the 5-member bands. The lead singer and rhythm guitarist, Amoya, and the drummer, Shui Yi, didn't participate. These 2 beautiful women were the most popular. The other members were melodic guitarist Wang Mo. He had taken over Amoya's position after she switched to lead singer. He was a professional and skilled musician, but he was a bit reserved. The bass player, Huang Xiangdong, was normally as passionate as fire, but he was also a big alcoholic. The keyboard player, Malu, was the oldest member of the band. He was in the band back when Haijing was the lead singer. He was a founding member of the band. It was reasonable to say that Ma Lu and Haijing were old acquaintances, but he simply didn't pay attention to them at the dining table. He just silently ate and drank by himself. His expression was indifferent. As for the others, Amoya was a bit absent-minded. It was unknown what she was thinking. Wang Mo's fingers were subconsciously tapping on the table. It was as if he was memorizing the fingering technique. Huang Xiangdong didn't touch a drop of alcohol. He just ate and ate in silence. The atmosphere grew more and more abnormal. Luo Nan knew that this sort of atmosphere wasn't good, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Plus, he was busy with other matters. He needed to seize every minute and second to communicate with Peony. He left the table to take a call halfway through his meal. Peony narrated the results of her observations. It's suspected that the target's mood is unstable. He's overly sensitive to external stimuli. He has physiological photophobia. His breathing and heartbeat rates are around 12% higher than a normal person's. The difference is significant. These are all evidence that supports your point of view. In theory, we can believe that the mutant virus has brought about an initial transformation and adaptation process to the target. However, if you want to be serious, there are other explanations. In comparison, the reasoning of it's better to kill the wrong person than to let the wrong person go is more convincing. How about increasing the sample? Did you discover anything else? Is this a blessing or a curse? Luo Nan's initial ranking of the living starry sky had indeed filtered out more than one target. He leaned against the wall of the corridor and operated his wristband. He used the electronic map to mark the locations of 3 other suspected targets. There was also a moving target, but it was a bit far away. He gave up on it for now. I'll send the map to the cloud space. You can just download it. It doesn't matter if you share it with Trigate Security. Speaking of which, when will their operation team arrive? Let's not think about the operation team for now. With the traffic control in the city center, it would be considered efficient if they arrive within an hour. I just hope that their relationship with the security department is as good as they're bragging about. Wait a moment. I'll take a call. Peony spoke a few simple words after the call connected. She quickly hung up and reported to Luo Nan, "This is good news. Sky Blue Security, where Long 7 is in charge of emergency support work in the municipal plaza area. He's currently bored to death, so he can help out. If there are special circumstances, he can also find people to support him." Sky Blue Security? It had been a long time since he had heard of this. Sky Blue Security was a specialized security company under Quantum Corporation. It was an important department that placed deep blue walkers. Over a month ago, this department's combat team had a serious conflict with Luo Nan and Ruewin. Later on, they suffered from Jack's indiscriminate attacks, resulting in disastrous losses. Long 7, or Snake 7, was a member of this combat team. It must be admitted that Sky Blue Security had the strength. Their equipment was comparable to that of the military's elite troops, and their personnel were well trained. In a certain sense, they could be trusted as a support force. Yes, Luo Nan remembered that Yan Yongbo was once the person in charge of Sky Blue Security in Xiao City. But then, he was called back to Luo City for a debriefing. It was unclear who the person in charge was now. Luo Nan didn't care about Sky Blue, Earth Blue, or Quantum Atom. All he wanted was a cat that could catch mice. In any case, this wouldn't affect his pay at all. The only thing that would give him a headache was Trigate Security. Do as you see fit. Call me if there's any progress. Moya cast a glance at him as soon as Luo Nan returned to the room. She seemed to be very interested, girlfriend. Luo Nan was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head. No, just an ordinary friend. Hai Jing laughed from the side. So it really is a girl. Moya raised her hand to look at her watch. A total of 7 minutes and 20 seconds. You didn't dare to hang up on Mother's reprimanding call. This kind of call length should have broken the record. Luo Nan grimaced in pain. Moya, that's enough. Could it be that the first thing you did after entering the pop music world was to become vulgar? Hai Jing continued to play the role of a supporting actor. Nanster is very popular with women right now. Not everyone can stay an entire morning in the BHD practice room. The two sang the same tune, not letting go of Luo Nan. Luo Nan was annoyed, but his heart stirred when he saw the relatively distant state of the others at the table. Chapter 465. If they really wanted to make a fuss about the atmosphere, Luo Nan would be in danger of being sacrificed for nothing. From the looks of things, the other 3 were not on the same page. Wang Mo and Huang Xiangdong were preoccupied with their thoughts. They were not in the mood to play around. As for Ma Lu, who was engrossed in eating and drinking, the corner of his lips was about to overflow with ridicule. Luonan didn't even sit down. He spread his hands towards the adulterous couple in front of him and made a helpless and innocent expression. "Aren't your methods a bit too low?" Luonan didn't say it directly, but the meaning was clear. Amoya acted as if nothing had happened, but Hai Jing was a bit thin-skinned. He coughed lightly and said, "Actually, with Nanzi's current age, it really isn't a big deal for him to know a few female friends. Even Auntie Luo probably wouldn't mind. Yeah, at his age, a certain agent already has 3 fans. After this incident, Auntie Luo really wouldn't mind too much." Ma Lu suddenly spat out these words, instantly silencing the private dining room. The stimulating effect was 10 times stronger than Amoya and Hai Jing's efforts. Even Wang Mo and Huang Xiangdong, who had been drifting away emotionally, raised their eyebrows. In the circle, the 3 fans had a specific meaning. They included face powder, grass powder, and sucking powder. Face powder referred to plastic surgery. Grass powder referred to having a relationship with a fan. Sucking powder went without saying. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the underground circle. It was also the atmosphere of the circle that Luo Shuqing had always hated. It was not news for anyone to be involved in these 3 things in the underground circle. However, if Ma Lu's revelation was true, then Hai Jing, who had always presented himself as a decent person, had such rich experiences back in the day. This made Luo Nan a bit surprised. Then, was the relationship between Hai Jing and Mo unable to take a step further because of this past influence? Perhaps his family was also a hindrance. Of course, from his own standpoint, Luo Nan probably wouldn't have agreed if Hai Jing really had such a loose past. Back to reality, Ma Lu's shameless remarks were really too humiliating. The smile on Hai Jing's face was already stiff. Amoya was expressionless. Wang Mo and Huang Xiangdong looked left and right. In the end, they both lowered their heads, wanting to continue pretending not to hear. But was there any meaning in this sort of self-deception? Hai Jing did not say a word. He got up from his seat and pulled the door open to leave. A cool breeze blew in from outside, making the air in the room flow a little. "Uncle Ma, are you crazy?" In the band, Huang Xiangdong was the youngest and the most impatient. Seeing that his manager had run away in anger, he couldn't help but slam his hands on the table and hold his head in disbelief. "We'll be going on stage in 5 hours. What can't you say after that?" Ma Lu chuckled. "So, before going on stage, a certain manager is like the king of heaven, untouchable. I didn't provoke you. When he provoked me, you even used the corner of your shirt to blow your nose. This is AF asterisk king, personal grudge. Then how do you know that a certain agent signed us for the sake of fairness?" Huang Xiangdong's face turned red, and he almost got up to smash the table. Wang Mo, who was beside him, saw that the situation was not good and rushed forward to hug him. Stop talking, stop talking." However, people were like this. The more they were pulled, the angrier they became. Huang Xiangdong struggled for a while, but to no avail. He turned on his berserk mode and pointed at Ma Lu's nose. "Are you AF asterisk King Saint? You've been acting weird since the day you signed the contract. Didn't signing with a commercial company ruin your image? Uncle Ma, Master Ma, if you want to be the king of the industry, you should have said so earlier. If you have the guts, throw your pen away. If you have the guts, go solo." Bang! Amoya slammed the table. It was rare for her to get angry like this. The room was silent for a moment, and then there was another bang. The half-closed door was pushed open, and the waiter pushed in a dining cart. It was filled with beer, and there were at least 10 of them. Wang Mo was dumbfounded. "Who wants it? Did you send it to the wrong place?" "I want it." Hai Jing walked back with a cold face. "The rehearsal starts at 4 in the afternoon. It'll be your turn at around 5 or 6. According to the schedule, You must go back before 3:30 to prepare. Before that, we can have a good discussion." He threw a small metal box on the table. "Hangover medicine for cowards." Ma Lu sneered. "Do you think you're acting in a movie?" Hai Jing looked over with cold eyes. "Red deer. You're red deer. Just look at who's talking about red deer. Back in the day, you know which bastard brought me a fan. Now, everyone knows who's feeling guilty and is worried about their reputation. What now? If you have the guts, say it, do it. But if you don't have the guts to admit it?" Ma Lu jumped to his feet. He looked like he was going to fight. Hai Jing didn't even bat an eyelid. He just opened the bottle and smashed it on the table. "I'll say it like this. Aside from Emoya and Luonan, everyone else in this room is AF * king bastard. Some are arrogant, some are pretentious, some are unrestrained." He smashed a bottle of beer on the table every time he spoke. The foam wrapped around the alcohol spilled out. Surprisingly, no one in the room refuted him. Only Emoya chuckled. She took the initiative to reach out her hand and ask Hai Jing for a bottle of beer. "Let's play in a band together. I'm not a good person either." Hai Jing gave her a deep glance and really did hand over a bottle of beer. He completely ignored Luo Nan. "It doesn't matter if you're a rotten bastard or a bad bastard. Just hate yourself before you hate others. If you forget this, then use alcohol to wash your intestines. If you can't do it, then what's the point of playing rock and roll?" Luo Nan still hadn't figured out the grudges between them, but he knew that a single bout of drinking wouldn't resolve the knot in their hearts. Luckily, they were all adults. They knew what they had to do and what they should do. It was enough. The reality was that a group of people shouted and fought fiercely. Then 2 of them really did drink until the world spun around them. They were dead drunk. Huang Xiangdong and Ma Lu were dead drunk losers. They were forced to drink hangover medicine. Emoya and the other 2 supported them as they moved forward step by step. The group of drunkards still had a performance at night. Even if they had a small reputation, they would become a laughingstock if they were caught by the media. For this reason, Luo Nan was the only one who hadn't touched alcohol after the banquet ended. He took on the task of scouting and guiding, leading the drunkards into a relatively secluded underground passageway. Luo Nan did this sort of task in a relaxed and happy manner. He had already planned out the optimal path to the Tonghui building within his sensing region. It was more powerful than any electronic map. So far, he still had the leisure to pay attention to the tracking of the mutant infection. Of course, he didn't forget about the distribution of the steps below the awakened. Peony communicated with him once more, explaining the current progress. There are 4 suspected targets. All of them are university students who came to participate in the demonstration. All of them are female. Their symptoms are all quite similar. There aren't any obvious differences. For the time being, we'll treat them as infected. From past data, this proves that the stage of infection they are in is subdivided. They are roughly in the same range. Then we can make another hypothesis. The time of infection and the source of infection they came into contact with should be similar. It sounds like there's some progress. There's no pattern to the distribution of their schools. They're from the eastern and western city districts. The same goes for their home addresses. 2 of them were born and raised in Xia City. The other 2 came to study abroad. This doesn't match with the Xiqing district, the Riverwu district, and the Forest Wall district that we previously focused on investigating. We haven't discovered any reasonable clues in terms of geographical location, which is also the domain of our early focus of work. So it's like this. Luo Nan was a bit skeptical when he heard this news. Did he make a mistake in his judgment? After all, the step distribution was a topic he had just begun to research. It was normal for a few mistakes to occur. Peony had a very confident appearance at this time. The 4 targets are all under close surveillance. At the same time, we're already digging deep into their social relationships. Geographical factors are meaningless. Let's research social factors. From a sociological perspective, they are all women. They are of similar age. They are beautiful. This similarity is a clue in and of itself. Overall, we believe in your professional abilities, Mr. Partner. Thank you for your trust. Luo Nan laughed in response. He recalled something. Oh, right. There's another suspect target aside from these 4 targets. She's been moving around the municipal plaza all this time. Since you have enough manpower now, you should monitor that person as well. The moving target never left Luo Nan's range of senses. Luo Nan observed her from a distance as he described her appearance. This is also a woman. She's around 16 or 17 years old. She shouldn't be a university student. She's been shopping with her friends. Oh, she's come out now. She's joined some sort of team. A parade. It's not a parade. I saw a support sign. It should be a fan of some celebrity. They know that there's a performance tonight, and they came to the plaza to support them. These fans have always been super organized. Luo Nan had become more experienced in this aspect after spending an entire morning with the BHD group. Peony's focus was different from his. She's also a woman? How's her appearance? She's quite decent. Above average. TSK, you really are a stalker. Why are you so sensitive to women? Speaking of which, I'm also a beauty. Do you want to meet? I said it before. It's just that I have a lot of eyes. Okay, whatever Mr. Partner says. I won't expose your nature as a shut-in. Hee. The two ended the call. Luo Nan shook his head. He had the feeling that Peony was using psychological profiling techniques on him. The more he interacted with her, the clearer his true image would become. With Peony's intelligence, could he really keep his identity a secret? Luo Nan didn't know why Her Majesty Empress would make such an unnecessary move. This situation was quite embarrassing. Luo Nan let out a breath of turbid air and turned his attention back to the back. Amoya and her group were still staggering as they walked. At this speed, it would be up to the blessings of the heavens to be able to return to the Tonghui building by 3:30. Oh, who's that? Luo Nan saw someone walk out from the underground passageway. The timing was perfect. The person just happened to be right in front of Amoya and her group. The person's gaze cut across the group of drunkards before finally stopping on Amoya's face. Though the person was blocking the path, it didn't look like he had any intentions of giving way. Instead, he took the initiative to speak. Amoya? This person should be familiar with Amoya and her group. Luo Nan could see that Amoya was startled for a moment before she happily responded. She didn't feel any sense of unfamiliarity. The middle-aged man's hair was sparse, but he looked very healthy. His body was lean and powerful, and there wasn't much fat on his face. When he smiled, his muscles pulled, forming long ravines. He wasn't ugly, but he had a grave and stern aura to him. Could he be a soldier? Luo Nan subconsciously used his mental senses to scan the middle-aged man's life sketch. Then he saw. Chapter 466. Yes, emptiness. Luo Nan's consciousness wandered within the living starry sky, sweeping across the densely packed stars. However, he was unable to find the structure of the middle-aged man's life sketch. Not even the shrouding nebula that powerful people were accustomed to could be found. Luo Nan was unable to see anything that he could use as a reference. However, the middle-aged man was just a few hundred meters away, chatting with Amoya, Haijin, and Wang Emo. They talked about the performance in the evening and the style and characteristics of the Mountain Stream Band. From their words, it was clear that they were experienced fans of the music industry or even industry insiders. That's right. I can use my mental senses to interfere with the material plane, and I can clearly sense his vital signs. His breathing, heartbeat, and body temperature were normal. The physical body can be seen, but the spirit is nothingness. Luo Nan felt his blood run cold for a time. Is this fellow a human or a ghost? This was the first time Luo Nen encountered such a situation ever since he constructed the living starry sky. Back when he was at Fudong, Great Tao's Frost River reality, he sensed President Ouyang's logic world. He sensed the long-distance clash between Her Majesty Empress Wu and the upper echelons of the Order of Justice, causing the starry sky to sway and nearly collapse. That was a real feeling. It was absolutely not an emptiness that he could not touch now. Luo Nan was stupefied for a few seconds before he suddenly came to a realization. Such a strange character was standing together with his sister. It was hard to understand what he was thinking. Without another word, he turned around and ran. Halfway through, he suddenly realized something and used the hexa ear to send a message to Qin Yikuin, who was not far away from him. Qin Yikuin transferred the image he saw to Qin Yikuin. Help me investigate this man. He's with my sister now. I'm on my way there. Also, I need help. Speaking to this point, Luo Nan recalled how Moya had addressed the middle-aged man. He added, "This person's name is Luo Yuan. It's probably this sound. Things had happened in a rush." Luo Nan's explanation was like a clap of thunder on the flat ground. It startled Qin Yikuin so much that he was in a complete mess. The exclusive security personnel, who had been slowly tailing them in the car, had their pleasant afternoon time come to an end. People jumped out of their cars one after another and ran wildly in Luo Nan's direction. Qin Yikuin was the fastest to arrive. He blocked Luo Nan before he could turn into the underground passageway where Moya and the others were. "Mr. Luo, please let us handle this." Qin Yikuin didn't give Luo Nan the chance to refuse. He relied on his powerful arm strength to firmly control Luo Nan at the corner. At the same time, he ordered his underlings to split into two groups. One of the groups carried light weapons and quickly approached Moya's position, locking onto the dangerous target. Everything had just been arranged when Luo Yuan suddenly smiled from Moya's side. His gaze swept to the side to the rear. He was clearly pointing at the corner that was blocking Luo Nan and Qin Yikuin. Luo Nan used his mental senses to observe this detail. His heart skipped a beat, but he saw the middle-aged man bid farewell to Moya. "I still have things to do today, so I can't chat much. I'll be leaving first. I wish you all a successful performance." This person shook hands with Moya and the others one by one. Even Ma Lu and Huang Xiangdong, who were drunk and muddle-headed, were not spared. Then he passed by them and went straight down the underground tunnel. Luo Nan and Qin Yikuin both let out sighs of relief when they saw this situation. Qin Yikuin immediately gave a more dependable order. "Follow him evenly. Don't act rashly." A few seconds after the order was issued, Mr. Luo Yuan turned into aisle for not far away and disappeared from most people's sight. The security personnel in charge of tracking reported. He went up the escalator and entered the municipal plaza area. It's estimated that he has left a safe distance. Should we continue tracking him? Qin Yikuin glanced at Luo Nan. "Continue. Connect to the surrounding surveillance. We need to confirm the time period before and after. I'll contact the branch and do my best to figure out his social identity as soon as possible." The last sentence was directed at Luo Nan. Luo Nan nodded slightly and let out a secret breath of relief. Due to the privacy of the living starry sky, Luo Nan couldn't say clearly why he suspected this person. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to explain himself. But clearly he was overthinking things. With his current status in the society and his famed mental senses, Qin Yikuin and the other security personnel, from top to bottom, didn't question him at all. They even used the high-grade resources of the branch without the slightest hesitation. Soon, Luo Yuan's movement trajectory appeared on the hexa ear. Actually, Luo Nan had locked onto him. Though the mental plane was empty and Luo Nan was unable to directly locate him, he could still indirectly monitor him through the surrounding personnel. Under everyone's gazes, Luo Yuan boarded a flying car that had been waiting for a long time outside the municipal square and slowly drove away. Luo Yuan didn't make any other contact during this time, and the latest surveillance results came out. This person had entered the municipal plaza area for around 20 minutes. He had been walking the entire time without stopping until he met Emoya and her party. It seemed that this person had come specifically to chat with Emoya and the others. He would leave after he finished chatting. Anyone could feel an extremely strong sense of purpose when they saw the movement trajectory organized by the security personnel. Luo Nen just felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. The actions of this Luo Yuan posed an immeasurable threat to him and even his family members. Luo Nen couldn't help but make a few deductions in his mind. The results made his scalp faintly swell. This sort of monster was empty on the mental plane. Most of Luo Nan's mental abilities became mere decorations. If they were to really fight, Luo Nan could count on very, very few methods. Qin Ikuin's expression was grave. I'll contact the military police outside and find a reason to interrogate them. Emoya and the others had already walked to the corner by now. They were a bit surprised to see Luo Nan and a stranger leaning against this place. Luo Nan suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and asked Emoya as if nothing had happened. I saw you talking to someone just now. Who's that? Oh, that. His name is Luo Yuan. We met at the Mantown Music Festival. He's an uncle with an awesome, smoky voice. He's especially good at seducing people. Wang Mo added, the expression of the wilderness minor tune is very strong. According to him, he can only get the taste out of searching for treasures and picking up girls in the wilderness all year round. The wilderness. Luo Nan and Qin Ikuin exchanged glances once more. This was even more troublesome. Were vagrants included? Qin Ikuin immediately gave an order to his subordinates. Search the vagrant database. Prioritize the area around Xia City. All information from the security personnel went through the psychic wave network. Outsiders wouldn't be able to find out. However, Qin Ikuin standing here was already very eye-catching. Emoya cast her gaze over. She was a bit puzzled. This is... Oh, Brother Qin is a friend I met at the Daoguan. Luo Nan's brain suddenly jammed when he spoke to this point. He could only throw the blame away. Luckily, Qin Ikuin's skill at throwing the blame was quite high. He had a calm smile on his face as he took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm Qin Ikuin. I met Nanster during an exchange at the Daoguan. I work for a security company. Our company is responsible for patrolling the area for the university students' demonstration today. Mo, you gave a simple introduction of the people here, and the two sides got to know each other. While they were introducing each other, the latest information regarding Luo Yuan came back. Luo Nan and Qin Ikuin didn't feel too good when they received the news. No one. How could there be no one? Yes, there were no traces of this person in the car. The driver is an employee of a regular car rental company. He doesn't know anything. He said that after the customer got off the car, he never came back. I feel like he's missing a piece of his memory. It's like he was swallowed by a ghost. The road that stopped Luo Yuan's flying car had already exceeded the range of Luo Nan's mental senses. Luo Nan was unable to directly sense the situation at the scene, but the information he received made his hair stand on end. Afterwards, Qin Ikuin requested his subordinates to investigate the surveillance, but there were no traces. That person really was like a spirit. He suddenly appeared and then disappeared. The situation was heading toward a serious trend. Luo Nan and Qin Ikuin exchanged opinions. On the plane of reality, Qin Ikuin was a complete opposite of his usual taciturn attitude. He faced Emoya and the others with a warm smile. I heard from Nanster that you guys are signed artists and public figures. The flow of people in front is getting bigger and bigger. Soon a group of students will pass by. It's inconvenient to continue like this. How about this? I'll open up a reserved safe passage. Everyone can pass through here. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Emoya and Haijing never thought that there would be such a good thing. They were a bit hesitant. Is that okay? No problem. It's our duty to avoid possible accidents. Chin Ikuin spoke a few words through his wristband in a dignified manner. Then he guided everyone into the closed and deactivated escalator. The deactivated escalator started operating once more as soon as they went up. Now Moya and the others had no more doubts about Chin Ikuin's status and authority. Plus, they were very interested in the mysterious and hot-blooded Taoist career. Soon, everyone started chatting enthusiastically. Little did they know that many people were holding their breaths in rapt attention in this temporarily opened safe passage. Some were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Everyone couldn't relax for even a moment before the fellow who called himself Luo Yuan re-entered the surveillance field of view. Luo Nan and the others returned to the Tonghui building in a strange atmosphere. Chin Ikuin couldn't follow them back in here. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to explain his identity. But the society was truly resourceful. Luo Nan had just said goodbye to Chin Ikuin and entered the private elevator when someone who called himself the deputy head of the building's security followed them. He wore a well-ironed uniform, and his gaze crossed with Luo Nan's. This deputy head had just gone for a morning run with Luo Nan 2 days ago. He was an ability user retired from the military. His name was God, and he was the deputy head of Luo Nan's security team. He and Chin Ikuin took turns taking care of Luo Nan's daily security work. Today was supposed to be an off-duty day, but considering that the situation in the municipal square was different from home and school, he rushed over to strengthen the security force. He was a responsible uncle. Although Hai Jing was one of the people in charge of Mingtang culture here, it was impossible for him to control the security personnel of the entire office building. He didn't care when he saw that there were no problems with God's clothes and authority. As the elevator went up, he asked a few questions about the situation of the underground passageway that led directly to the backstage. God answered fluently and gave him the contact number of the person in charge. Hai Jing had already saved it, but he was still very grateful. Chapter 467. When the elevator reached the 56th floor, it was already 3:45 p.m. For Mountain Stream and all the artists from Mingtang culture, this was the real battle preparation stage. They didn't need to think about practicing anymore. All they needed to do was relax and adjust their state of mind. Hai Jing drinking with a group of people might seem out of line, but it was actually a prelude to relaxing. It was perfect for a grassroots band like Mountain Stream. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of the effects of drunkenness. As soon as they returned to the practice room, Hai Jing acted like a manager and ordered all the members of Mountain Stream to sleep, especially Huang Xiangdong and Ma Lu, who had drunk too much. Ma Lu's alcohol tolerance was fine. He just squatted on the floor and refused to get up. Huang Xiangdong, on the other hand, was extremely excited. He picked up his beloved bass and played an impromptu solo. It was rare that he was still in tune. In the deep sound, Hai Jing arranged methodically. The wake-up time is at 4:30 p.m. There are still 45 minutes left. You are all old drunkards and have taken drugs. There is enough time. I will arrange for the transportation of the instruments and send them directly backstage. For now, don't think about anything else. Have a good sleep. Wang Mo raised his hand. But Brother Jing, we are still missing one person. Hai Jing was stunned. Alcohol still had an effect on him. He didn't realize that the drummer, Shui Yi, had not returned yet. He reacted quickly. Don't worry about it. I will contact her. He said it lightly, but after 2 rounds of calls, Shui Yi did not pick up. No one could stay calm now. Without one person, how could they perform at night? Huang Xiangdong, who was still drunk, roared. I would have ket her 2 months ago. Moya kicked him against the wall. Huang Xiangdong and Shui Jing had been a couple for a period of time, but they had broken up. Although their band was small, there were many messy things going on inside. In the midst of the chaos, Shui finally picked up the third round of calls. She said that she had just returned and would be there soon. Not long after, the door to the practice room opened. Shui walked in. Her long hair was wet and she was panting. Her face was bright red. From the smell of her breath, it seemed that she had drunk too. Huang Xiangdong glared at Shui. He wanted to say something to his ex-girlfriend, but he was also drunk, so he didn't have the qualification to say that. He could only vent his anger by pulling the strings. Base's low voice swept through the training room again. However, the next moment, Hai Jing snatched it away. Sober up, take a bath, change your clothes, and sleep. This is your current task. There is no time to waste. Hurry up. Shui snorted and went to the lounge. He staggered a little. Amoya asked her, "Are you okay?" "There are sobering pills here." "Okay." Shui flipped her hair and couldn't help laughing. When she reached out to take it, she didn't even manage to catch it. Luo Nan frowned from behind the door. Poor sense of distance. Chaotic emotions. Signs of stimulating activity in many areas of the brain. Did this sis take drugs? Taking drugs to get high before a performance was a bad habit of many bands in the industry, and many people had been ruined by it. Shui's method in the long run was really not wise. In any case, the matter was resolved perfectly for now. Luo Nen didn't need to stay in the Mountain Stream Band's room any longer. He called out to them and left, saying that he was going to rest for a bit. Outside the door, God stood in the hallway waiting. Cat Eyes was next to him. Cat Eyes had already received some news. She chuckled. "What's wrong? Did you cause trouble again?" Luo Nan was too lazy to answer. He asked God, "Is there any news about that Luo Yuan?" God shook his head. "Not yet." Why did he suddenly disappear? Luo Nan felt a bit of a headache. However, the three of them were not company personnel standing in the hallway. They were quite eye-catching. So Luo Nan made the decision to choose a place to discuss matters. It was room 5627. He had the authority and password, and there was no one there. The automatic cleaning system of Tonghui Building was trustworthy. Luo Nan didn't discover any traces of the indescribable path after entering the room. The air was still quite clear. He sighed and stretched. He warmed up his muscles and bones, pondering what to do next. God spoke up at this time. "There's the latest information regarding that Luo Yuan. Have you found him? Where is he?" "No, we haven't found any traces of the target, but we have some clues regarding his identity." The society had never stopped collecting and organizing information ever since Luo Nan's warning. Fortunately, this Luo Yuan didn't seem to be a particularly low-key person. The three of them could access the psychic wave network, and the relevant information could be easily shared. God gave a further explanation. Luo Yuan, a vagrant of the wilderness. He's a relatively famous gene dealer. A nicer way to describe a so-called gene dealer was a gene merchant. This occupation used various methods to collect valuable genetic samples and provide services to various laboratories that did related topics. Their targets included relatively rare animals and plants, as well as various successful people in society and even mutants and ability users. Cat Eyes sneered, "Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse can dig holes." This kind of thinking is quite popular right now. Many laboratories want to make some achievements on this path. It's a sunrise industry. Luo Nan was a bit puzzled. Since he's a gene dealer, he must be interested in some special genes. Who's his target? Cat Eyes and God cast their gazes over as soon as Luo Nan finished speaking. Me. Are you happy? If you're short on money in the future, you can make some money by selling genes. Luo Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's wrong with that? If he's really interested in my genes, can't I just pluck out a strand of my hair and give it to him? Or should I just spit on him? Also, he can go to the hospital. In today's society, genetic sampling was a physical examination program that existed from a young age. Every few years, the Public Welfare Department would go to schools and families to collect genetic samples to screen for various fatal diseases. There was also a common saying that the government did this in order to perfect the human gene pool and strengthen their ability to control society. In any case, the genetic information of a citizen was absolutely no secret to those who had the ability. There was no need to go against the Sia City branch. Cat Eyes clicked her tongue twice and shook her head. Boss, you may be young, but don't treat ignorance as happiness, okay? Have you ever heard of the limit gene? Is that a word you coined? I don't help the society take the blame. This concept is quite popular in the inner world. It involves the problem of the source of an ability user's power. There are quite a few people who believe that the source of an ability user's power lies in the strengthening and modification of the human body's original genes by their extraordinary abilities. The genes of the same person before and after their ability awakens will be different. Similarly, the genetic structure of the peak limit state will be different from the normal state. Although this theory doesn't have solid data to support it, many people believe in it. Therefore, many gene dealers are all perverts. Luo Nan felt a bit dizzy. Where's the logic in your words? God explained in a deep voice from the side. A first-rate gene dealer is also a first-rate torturer. They use all sorts of methods to make their targets experience multiple states and stages. Finally, they are forced to the point of no return in order to obtain the most complete genetic sample. They can do this to mutants, and they can also do this to humans. Therefore, being targeted by a gene dealer is absolutely not an easy thing to do. Luo Nan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. God reminded him a step further. Plus, from the current information, the so-called gene dealer is likely just a layer of cover. After all, his transaction records are far too few. Perhaps there are deeper secrets that haven't been exposed. The society is still continuing to investigate, but some information requires the use of headquarters authority. Right now, they're still communicating. The latter half of God's words were suddenly cut off. Before this, Luo Nan and Cat Eyes had already sensed that someone was coming into the room. The outer door trembled several seconds later. Before the person entered the room, a voice was already transmitted in. Don't worry about the rehearsal. We still have a long period of time. Young Master He, can't you just wait a bit? Ah, the female artist laughed as she rushed in, still pouting coquettishly without end. She didn't pay attention to the environment in the room at all, but the three enormous figures in the empty room could be seen with a single glance. It was hard not to see them even if they didn't want to. The female artist was stupefied in place a second later. However, Donglu, who was behind her, clearly didn't wake up in time. He saw her body stop, so he wrapped an arm around her waist from behind. He moved up and down ceaselessly. Oh my. I've always admired the body management of the artists under Mingtang culture. Donglu finally discovered the situation in the room. He had been stupefied for a record-breaking 5 seconds. Then he laughed mischievously. So you guys are already here. I know. First come, first served. You guys take your time to play. You all understand that your tastes are quite heavy. In the end, even he himself didn't know what to say. He pulled the female artist away in a sorry state. Luo Nan stared at them the entire time. Even though the door was closed, his mental senses were still locked onto them. Cat Eyes cast a sidelong glance at him. Hey, you're interested in that woman too? But her body management is really quite good. She practices at my place all year round. She can rank in the top 5. Luo Nan ignored the nonsense and sighed and asked, didn't you notice? That person seems to be... Oh, you're talking about Lan Lin. Yeah, she and Lan Lin were here this morning. That's right. Cat Eyes wasn't interested in discussing this topic. She interrupted Luo Nan's words. First-rate body management doesn't mean that desire management is equally outstanding. Plus, standards aren't the same in this circle. Speaking of which, your standards are quite conservative. You and Captain Gao should be on the same page on this point. Gao didn't react at all. It was as if he hadn't heard anything. Luo Nan's lips curled. His mental senses continued to linger on the female artist's body. The scene just now gave him a vague reminder. It made him think of a few things, but he was unable to grasp them for the time being. Chapter 468. Simply waiting was boring, but if there were clear things to do during this time, the flow of time would be astonishingly fast. Soon it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Hai Jing, who had gone through the wake-up call, contacted Luo Nan and asked him if he wanted to follow the Mountain Creek Band and the BHD Band to the backstage waiting room. Luo Nan responded smoothly, "Okay, I'll go right now." But God and Cat eyes cast their gazes over the moment the words left his mouth. They didn't seem to agree with him. Luo Nan hung up the call. He felt a bit guilty, but he still asked, "What's wrong?" Cat Eyes chuckled. "If the gene dealer's target is you, aren't you afraid that the several 100,000 people in the municipal plaza will be buried along with you, given your ability to stir up trouble?" I'm indebted to you for thinking so highly of me. No. I think you're being too conservative, using some extremely vulgar words to describe certain person. He was simply born for the grand occasion. Frost River Reality and Ocean Sky Cloud City were things that everyone knew about. Back at Aurora Cloud City, he had only watched from the sidelines. He had not even taken part in the battle. This was also the effect of an earthquake. Famous experts like An Wang, Snake Tongue, and Emowen had fallen one after the other. Why did the Xia City branch arrange a security team like they were serving a lord? They were on guard the entire time. Even so, Aurora Cloud City nearly failed to turn over. Right now, Cat Eyes had the attitude of facing the Demon King of Calamity in conversation. Of course, Luo Nan was aware of this. He could not help but glare fiercely at her. But he could not deny that this was indeed a problem. It was not that Luo Nan did not consider it, but if he were to intervene from another angle, the problem would still be serious. What if the drug dealer's target is Emoya? After all, he has been in contact with Emoya and the others ever since the Man City Music Festival. And from the trajectory of his actions, he has an extremely strong goal. Cat Eyes curled her lips. If his target is your sister, do you think that you two siblings will be able to reunite in Xia City? Luo Nan rolled his eyes and did not reply. "See, I told you so. Boss, if, and I'm saying if, an assassin targeting you uses your family as bait to lure you into making a stupid decision, then his workload should be reduced by a lot." Right when Luo Nan was choking, God took the initiative to speak. If Mr. Luo is worried, then a relatively moderate countermeasure is this. Mr. Luo and Miss Moya will be separated. Our security forces can be appropriately divided. Chi Nikuin will be responsible for Miss Moya, and I will be responsible for Mr. Luo. Add Cat Eyes, and the people transferred over from the society. Diversion. Cat Eyes widened her eyes. "Captain Gao, what kind of **T contingency plan is this? Do you think that the enemy someone provoked is the same terrorist you dealt with in the army?" Cat Eye's evaluation was very sharp, but this did not mean that she cared about Luo Nan that much. She was just picking at him out of habit. God was not angry. He simply replied, "The security team must respect Mr. Luo's wishes." This is the first time I've realized that security work can be so humane. That's because Mr. Luo isn't a wealthy businessman with a big belly. When vice president, he arranged the mission, he mentioned that Mr. Luo has the ability to break free from security forces. If he doesn't cooperate, security work is just empty talk. God spoke up to this point, but he still added, "Mr. Luo has taken good care of us up until now." Cat Eyes giggled. "In other words, you guys are just waiting for him to blow up, right?" Continuing to speak would just be bickering. God rationally shut his mouth and said nothing. Luo Nan knew that God had suffered a calamity because of him. He simply ended the topic. "I'll go meet up with Moya and the others first." Speaking of which, I'll just kidnap Moya and bring her home. Hee hee. Pretend I didn't say anything. In any case, finding Luo Yuan is the safest method. He was just about to get up when Hai Jing called. Nanster, it's a bit messy upstairs right now. It's not easy to arrange people. Do me a favor and leave the elevator open. If the main elevator isn't enough, then the backup elevator is fine. Okay, got it, Brother Jing. Luo Nan responded as his mental senses directly covered the area. For the sake of secrecy, Mingtang culture had refused to use the public elevator when they reserved this floor. There was only one dedicated elevator and one backup elevator. There were at least 100 people on this floor, including artists, assistants, and staff. They were all gathered at this time, and they all had to rush backstage. Even though they had already considered the diversion, the elevator's usage rate was still extremely high. Luo Nan used his mental senses to scan the floor situation. He saw that there was a large piece of luggage being transferred in the direction of the main elevator. He simply gave up on using the elevator. His consciousness swam to the backup elevator. He saw that a group of people had just gone down, so he used his soul strength to interfere with the material plane and press the down button. Cat Eyes let out a long sigh. Mental interference with reality. Just use it on the elevator. Don't you hear the 100,000 ability users crying? The straight line distance between room 56, 27 and the backup elevator was at least 50 to 60 meters. Cat Eyes was barely able to track it. It wasn't that Cat Eyes couldn't press the button through the air, but she couldn't reach Luo Nan's level of lifting something heavy as if it were light. In fact, the vast majority of psychic ability users needed their consciousness to soak in for a long period of time to achieve a certain degree of resonance and fusion. Only then could they exert force. Cat Eyes was already a 1 in 100 talent among psychic ability users for her ability to realize her awakening. But her heart hurt when she compared her own methods to Luo Nan's. Thank you for the compliment. Luo Nan stood up and patted the dust off his butt. He spoke to Gao Da. Captain Gao, I'll have to trouble you. Gao Da didn't say much. He just nodded. It was quite interesting to say that the security team by Luo Nan's side were all taciturn, regardless of whether they were in charge or deputy positions. Luo Nan and Qi Nikuan had been discussing fighting quite a bit these past few days, so they were more familiar with each other. And Gao Da was like this. Luo Nan had to admit that this kind of bodyguard was quite worry-free. He Wayne must have spent quite a bit of thought when she chose the members of his security team. Gao Da and Cat Eyes wanted to discuss matters to take note of in their future cooperation. So Luo Nan pushed open the door and left first. He had just rounded the corner when a voice came from behind. Hey, who's that? Luo Nan didn't need to turn his head to know who it was. He hesitated for a moment before turning around. Sure enough, he saw a slightly plump woman. This was Shi Wei's assistant. It was because of her that Luo Nan transformed into a delivery boy this morning, causing quite a bit of trouble. Assistant Meng. Luo Nan finally remembered that he still had the status of a temporary worker at Mingtang culture. He immediately greeted her. You've worked hard this morning. Oh, right, what's your name again? You just arrived at the company, right? I've never seen you before. Assistant Meng's appearance was ordinary, but her personality was quite good. She wasn't the one who had Luo Nan run errands this morning. It was mainly because of Boss Wu. Luo Nan said his own name. It was this small delay when the door to room 5621 opened on the other end of the long hallway. The BHD trio walked out with backpacks on their backs. The three saw Luo Nan and Assistant Meng on the other end of the long hallway. Bai Yu was the first to wave. It looked like the sun was shining brilliantly at first glance, but all of it shone on Luo Nan. Chapter 469. As they spoke, Yuqin walked out of the room a bit late. She didn't forget to close the door. At this time, Bai Yu had already rushed out a few steps. She quickly passed through the long hallway and pounced forward. She hugged Assistant Meng and started rubbing her face. Even though Assistant Meng was sturdy, She still staggered from the long-legged chick Baiyu. All she could do was push her down with a face full of disgust. I've been certified as an agent. Be careful that I don't ask you guys to come over and drink with those high-ranking officials and rich businessmen. Yeah, I have to be a bit more handsome. Baiyu giggled and didn't take it seriously at all. At this time, Shui Yuan and Clara came over to greet them. Though they weren't as exaggerated as Baiyu, they were quite close to each other. It could be seen that this assistant Meng had a good relationship with the BHD group. Only Yu Qin walked straight to Luo Nan's side and bowed slightly. Mr. Luo. Luo Nan nodded in response, but he remembered something. I've wasted quite a bit of your time today. I think I heard Baiyu mention that you have an appointment tonight. I'm just watching a show with a friend. I'll be there when the time comes. Yu Qin took a deep breath, and her voice became a bit softer. Mr. Luo, do you want to come along? No thanks. I still have things to do. I'll probably leave in a bit. Luo Nan and Yu Qin chatted for a bit before he heard his name called. It started when Baiyu asked Assistant Meng what she was going to do. Assistant Meng said that she was going to buy something for Shi Wei. Let Luo Nan run some errands. No need, no need. You guys are busy. Assistant Meng shook her head fiercely. She had a kind temperament. Without Chief Wu by her side, she certainly wouldn't order people around. If I don't do this, then why would I be an assistant? Baiyu urged with all her might. Don't be silly, sis. If there's a strong worker here, then use him. Don't be shy. Luo Nan stared at Baiyu with wide eyes. Were little girls nowadays this vicious? Just because she fell asleep while you were dancing, you want to sell her? Assistant Meng was really silly. She didn't know where Baiyu's enthusiasm came from. She could only shake her head and refuse. Seeing Assistant Meng insist, Baiyu didn't push it. She chuckled and said, Silly sis, you're magnanimous. But this way, I don't have the face to speak for him. Huh. Luo Nan and Assistant Meng didn't understand. Baiyu stuck out her thumb and poked the back of her shoulder. This man can be considered a friend of mine. Apart from being lazy and sleeping a lot, there's nothing wrong with him. By the way, he wasn't late to deliver tea this morning, was he? No. The service is quite good. Yes, I can. That's good. You didn't embarrass me. As Baiyu spoke, she suddenly swung at Luo Nan's chest. It looked intimate, but the strength behind her swing was truly fierce. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Nan had put in enough effort to temper his muscles and bones, he might have gotten a chest ache. However, Baiyu acted as though nothing had happened. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. In that case, Sister Meng, seeing that he is a competent lackey, can you satisfy his humble wish and give him an autographed photo of Sister Weiwei? Meng's assistant was stunned for a second before she finally understood Baiyu's confusing thoughts. She immediately laughed. Aren't you tired of going around in circles? Baiyu blinked her eyes and acted cute. I'm not tired, I'm not tired. How could I be tired of talking to Sister Meng? Oh, right, the autograph photo needs to be a bit more conservative. He might become a pervert after being provoked. Luo Nan didn't react. He still hadn't figured it out. What the hell is an autographed photo? What does he want with that thing? Assistant Meng had already agreed with a smile. No problem, no problem. It's worth it just because of your saliva, baby. Sister Meng, you're awesome. Also, if there's a congratulatory message on it, don't write this guy's name. Just write. Baiyu turned around and saw Luo Nan in a daze. She sent him another elbow. What's your cousin's name again? Oh, his name is Mo Peng. Luo Nan finally understood. He did say that he wanted to get Shi Wei's autographed photo for his cousin back in the practice room, but that was just a random excuse. He forgot about it in the blink of an eye. He never thought that Baiyu would actually remember it. Assistant Meng laughed. Don't worry about the name. Luo Nan, you have my number. Send me a message later, and I'll ask Sister Weiwei to sign it. Then I'll let you know. No matter what the nature of the matter was, Luo Nan needed to express his gratitude, since Assistant Meng was willing to help him. He immediately bowed. "Thank you, Assistant Meng. Don't leave anyone out." Bai Yu tugged at Luo Nan and raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? I'm a good friend, right?" "You're a good friend." Luo Nan gave a thumbs up. Honestly speaking, he was a bit touched. Even though this little girl's gossipy nature was quite terrifying, her merits were quite clear. The door to room 5627 opened once more at this time. Cat Eyes and Gouda came out, and the group met up in the corner. The BHD trio let out sighs of relief when they saw Cat Eyes. They were even pleasantly surprised. Bai Yu was the one with the fastest mouth. She immediately shouted, "Teacher, where did you go just now?" "It's not like I can replace you guys on stage. Since my teaching mission is complete, I can go anywhere." Cat Eyes answered casually and introduced Gouda to them. "You can call him Captain Gao. He's a professional security guard. If you guys are facing a calamity today, count on him for your survival." The BHD trio, Assistant Meng, and Yu Qin were all stupefied. 2 seconds passed before Clara, who had top-notch communication skills, sighed. She stuck her fingers into her hairline and laughed bitterly. "Teacher Cat Eyes, I beg of you, we have a performance tonight." "Oh, I wish you guys a successful performance. I wish you all the best." Cat Eyes beamed as she wrapped her arms around Bai Yu and Clara's shoulders and led them forward. The atmosphere was thrown into chaos by Cat Eyes' casual words. But Luo Nen knew that Cat Eyes was pressuring him, warning him not to go and cause trouble. Calamity? Should I clear my name or not? Luo Nan originally wanted to go to the Mountain Creek Band's room and meet Mo Ye face to face, but Mo Ye sent him a message a step earlier, saying that they had already left the room and that they could meet up at the elevator entrance. "Okay, we'll head over first," Luo Nan responded. He didn't forget to remind Assistant Meng, "Let's go to the backup elevator together. The main elevator is currently transferring luggage. It won't be free for a while." Assistant Meng smiled and nodded. Before he could say anything, Bai Yu turned around and shouted, "Did you reserve the elevator?" "I did." "Then why aren't you guarding the elevator doorman? What if someone else takes it? The last wave hasn't even reached the ground floor yet. As long as you don't talk nonsense, you'll definitely make it." Bai Yu wasn't polite at all. She turned around and sent another hammer swing, but this time she missed. Playing around with a beautiful young lady felt pretty good, but Luo Nan was destined to not have much leisure time today. He had only walked a few steps when he received another message from Peony. Perhaps it was because Luo Nan had seen through Peony's drunkenness today, but this elite woman, who always had her own opinions, no longer needed to put on airs. She would look for Luo Nan to communicate with whenever she had something to do. This time, she simply came to complain. "Trigate security has been investigated. All monitoring work has been banned." The Xia City branch. You know about it, right? "Oh, the Wilderness Explorers Society. You know about it. I'm talking about the Xia City branch. They've made a big scene. I don't know what's gotten into them, but they didn't hesitate to mobilize their military and political connections to take over all security work around the municipal plaza. They're sifting out sand right now." "Really?" Luo Nan subconsciously turned to look at God when he heard this. He inquired through the mission window of the psychic wave network and confirmed that it was indeed the Society's handiwork. "Why is it so big?" "It's an order from above. I don't know the specifics." The short conversation on the psychic wave network ended. It was hard for Luo Nan to not feel a bit guilty when facing Peony again. He grunted a few times in agreement, practicing all the tones and words he knew. In the end, he feigned concern. "The search work has been stopped." "Definitely. Communication will take some time. However, we're still investigating the social connections of the target. We've made some discoveries. I've already sent the real-time information to the cloud space. It will be continuously updated. You can look it up at any time. A call came in just as they were talking. Peony swept a glance and picked it up in the first instance. Through Ink's perspective, Luo Nan could see the lines between Peony's brows and eyes curl. Her originally free and easy charm instantly turned exquisite and gentle. "How are you? Are you in a good state? Hey, is it appropriate to multitask?" Luo Nan felt that he had fallen into an awkward state of being miserably ignored. He was just thinking about whether or not he should end the call. A group of people had arrived outside the spare elevator in the office building. On the other side of the corridor, Hai Jing and the Mountain Creek Band came over with bags of various sizes. The two sides just happened to bump into each other. On the other side, Mo was also on the phone. She was probably talking to a friend. She was chatting enthusiastically with a radiant smile. The sister and brother just nodded their heads in greeting. Hai Jing took command in the first instance and rushed everyone to the elevator. The office building had limited resources. The spare elevator left for Mingtang culture was transferred from the property elevator. It was located in a small compartment next to the fire escape. The elevator was only 7 or 8 square meters in size. The two groups, plus Luo Nan and the others, already had 14 people. Their luggage was more or less stuffed to the brim. As a security personnel, God instinctively furrowed his brows when he saw so many people crowded together. The first thing Clara did after entering the elevator was to look at the number of people the elevator could carry. She let out a breath of relief when she saw that there were 16 people. Luckily, we didn't exceed the limit. What's there to be afraid of? In any case, it's not our turn to run up the stairs. Bai Yu spoke, and her gaze hooked at Luo Nan. Her meaning was self-evident. She was used to messing around with Luo Nan, but she forgot that there were still a bunch of bastards who had slaughtered their way out of the underground circle, especially since they were still drunk. The most lively of them all, Huang Xiangdong, whistled on the spot. Youngsters these days have a hierarchy. Their postures are worrisome at this critical moment. Mo, yeah. What are your thoughts as the older sister? Mo, you directly picked up the phone and just gave a middle finger. Though Baiyu was unable to incite Mo, yeah. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't stand still. She shrunk behind Shui Yuan and Clara's shoulders. Luo Nen knew that he absolutely could not answer, or else there would be no end to it. He learned from Moya and rolled his eyes. He tapped his wristband, indicating that he had a call to answer. He squeezed out of the crowd and blocked the entrance to the elevator. He was rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, Peony was communicating through a rubber band. He needed to transform on the mental plane. Otherwise, he would have leaked out everything with his troublesome method just now. Ma Lu laughed with a hoarse voice. You don't need to stand guard at the entrance. We're a bunch of people squeezed in here. It's hard to get a pin inserted. Whoever comes over will have to obediently line up. Come over and chat with Uncle Ma for a bit. I'll teach you a few moves. A certain person forcefully raised his seniority, immediately drawing a wave of hisses. But the heat in the elevator was really stirred up. Perhaps this was a good sign for tonight's performance. Luo Nan ignored this group of people. He leaned against the door frame and downloaded information from the cloud space. He felt a silhouette approach him as he was operating. The silhouette leaned against his side, but the silhouette had no intention of communicating. Luo Nan turned his head to look and greeted politely Sister Shui. The person who came over was the drummer of the Mountain Creek Band, Shui. She liked to use the Tesla coil to enhance her visual effects during her performance. She had the title of Electro Girl in the underground circles. As for whether this was a compliment or a derogatory one, it was up to the individual to decide. Shui crossed her arms over her chest. Her eyelids drooped, and she looked a bit sleepy. She was incompatible with the impassioned mood in the elevator, and she ignored Luo Nan. Luo Nan didn't find this strange. People who took drugs couldn't be judged by common sense. As long as this person didn't delay tonight's performance, it wouldn't be a problem. He went straight to look at the downloaded information. There were a total of 5 people, including the new monitoring targets from before. They were all around 20 years old. Looking at their respective social relations records, they were quite normal. They were about the same age as their peers. If Luo Nan were to ponder over the densely packed network of relationships by himself, he would probably die from a headache. Fortunately, Peony had already organized the information beforehand. She marked out the most crucial information. They are all paid VIPs of the Sky Street community, and they are all very active in the private section, Xingmeng, which requires referrals. Sky Street? Where have I heard of this name before? Luo Nan recalled as he looked at the annotations. Peony's description was on it. Sky Street, East Asia's largest information distribution center for the entertainment circle. Oh, it's that. Luo Nan suddenly understood. Wasn't this the gossip community that Baiyu had logged into when she searched for the latest news on Shiwei in the morning? But what was that Xingmeng section for? Professional questions needed to be consulted by professionals. And the person with the highest level of gossip was undoubtedly Baiyu. Luo Nan turned around and waved at Baiyu. However, he really looked down on the heckling ability of the other people present. Huang Xiangdong felt that he hadn't caused enough trouble earlier. He shouted loudly when he saw Luo Nan. Hold on. Nanster, who are you recruiting this time? It doesn't matter. Say it out loud. This place is chaotic. Manager, I can't hear you clearly. Luo Nan couldn't say much under these circumstances. Baiyu didn't dare to stick her head out. She was embarrassed to the extreme. All right. Everyone, calm down a bit. Hai Jing felt that if they continued to make a ruckus, something would happen. He forcefully interrupted them. He saw Luo Nan's helpless expression, so he asked casually, Nanster, is there something you need? Fine. Everyone present was a professional anyway. He just asked directly. A friend asked me to ask what the main purpose of the Sky Street Community's Xingmeng section is. Can someone with the authority to say it? The elevator went strangely silent for a moment when these words were spoken. Chapter 470. Luo Nan knew that he must have said something wrong, but he didn't know where it was wrong. As he looked around, all he could see were the rock and roll fans whistling and laughing. Baiyu, Shui Yuan, and Clara were all avoiding his sight. Emo also stopped the communication, a helpless expression on her face. Oh, there was also Cat Eyes. She had a typical mocking expression on her face. It seemed that she also knew about the inner workings of the game. If he had known earlier, he would have asked her. Luo Nan wasn't an idiot. He knew from looking at the situation that the Xingmeng edition was most likely the route of the noble circles are truly chaotic. Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Lu laughed when he heard Luo Nan's words. He didn't continue to tangle with Luo Nan. Instead, he pointed at Emoya. Say, do you think your brother is pretending to be pure? Or really pure? You would not answer such a retarded question. Okay, who wants to dispel Luo Nan's doubts? Let's chat in private. Don't turn a deaf ear to my words. Hurry up and check your bags. If anyone dares to say that they're short weight, I'll make sure he or she works for the company for free for the next 2 years. Hai Jing finally brought out the cold-blooded style of a manager and forcefully controlled the situation. The two teams responded in a scattered manner. Luo Nan immediately sent a private message to Cat Eyes. Send me the relevant information. Don't worry, wait a few more minutes. Maybe some girl will edit it for you in private. Cut the crap. All right, you are the boss. Actually, I don't know much about it. I only heard that the Star Dream version is actually the one-night stand version. The ones who are active in it are mostly flesh and blood. Occasionally, there will be some naive ones. Of course, the main selling point was the male and female celebrities. They solve their physiological needs, while the other side enjoys the halo of fame. Some professionals even earn some extra money. That's about it. This should be considered semi-public, right? That's what I want. All right. The general situation was pretty much the same as what Luo Nen had imagined. He didn't waste any more time immediately contacting Peony and summarizing this matter. He also delivered his analysis. The 5 surveillance targets are all ordinary families. They should be fanatical fans or prey. If there really was an intersection on this page, then the intersection point should be a certain celebrity. This circle shouldn't be too big, so it shouldn't be a problem to find the source of the infection. Hey, are you listening? Luo Nen gazed at Peony through Ink's perspective. At this time, that person was sitting quietly in a high-altitude restaurant, overlooking the entire municipal square from the window. But Luo Nen didn't know why, but he felt that her eyes weren't quite focused. You were just flirting with your lover a moment ago, and now you want to break up? Just as Luo Nen was about to call out again, Peony raised her hand and lightly brushed away the messy hair on her forehead. Her long and slender fingers just happened to block Ink's line of sight, making it hard for Luo Nen to see clearly. After a brief second, Peony responded, "No need to repeat yourself a second time. What you're saying is that someone with stage 2 or 3 infections is spreading the mutated virus through sex in a small circle." The straightforward and accurate description made Luo Nen a bit uncomfortable. But this little stimulation seemed to have stirred up a certain part of his brain, giving him some subtle and unclear feelings. Did I miss out on some information? Hey, are you listening? Peony flipped her hand and flicked her sword back. Her words were exactly the same as what Luo Nen had said before. Yes, I understand. All right, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. So that's it. Also, what's up? Peony cast her gaze outside the window. Her gaze just happened to meet Ink, who was hooked onto the windowsill. It was unknown when her eyes, which had been overflowing with light, had condensed once more. They were bright and clear. I wish you good luck, Mr. Partner. Thank you. Luo Nan's mind was filled with bewilderment. Fortunately, he had a clear direction of investigation no matter what. Even if part of the problem was solved, he still let out a breath of relief. The backup elevator had already hit the bottom and bounced back. The group of people were about to head backstage. But Luo Nan's mind was still undecided. He needed to ponder over how to deal with the gene dealer's challenge. Perhaps listening to the opinions of professionals and maintaining a distance from MO would be a decent plan? Luo Nan noticed 2 rather unexpected characters walking over to the backup elevator, just as he was thinking. Around 10 seconds passed before the wooden door to the fire escape opened. 2 people walked in one after the other. People subconsciously looked over at the elevator, and many people's nerves instantly tensed up. Director Wu, the person who came over, was the highest leader of Mingtang culture here, Director Wu Qingze of the artist department. Behind him was the second in command here, Haijing's immediate superior, Director Sha. Wu Qingze was also an acquaintance. Most people never expected that the big boss of the company would suddenly arrive. This was a true big boss, the kind that concerned everyone's jobs. Hello, Director Wu. Hello, Director Sha. Everyone saluted one after another. Even the normally arrogant and unruly members of the Mountain Creek Band had to put on a superficial act. Luo Nen didn't care. He just followed the crowd and lowered his head. But Director Sha, who had just passed by him, instinctively returned the salute when he saw Luo Nen like this. He nearly bent his back. Luckily, not many people noticed. Director Wu noticed that the composition of the people here was quite complicated, but their attitudes were quite amiable. He immediately found Cat Eyes. He nodded with a smile. Teacher Cat Eyes has come personally. Thank you very much. Of course, he didn't overlook the uniformed god. When he found out that it was the building's management, he greeted Assistant Meng rather politely. In the end, he greeted Assistant Meng out of respect for Shiwei. As for Yu Qin, she was quite close with the BHD group. She was also young, so Director Wu ignored her. No matter what kind of attitude he had, the entire elevator room underwent a transformation with him standing there. The originally chaotic concept of hierarchy suddenly became clear. Under this subtle force, the person with the highest status undoubtedly enjoyed the position closest to the elevator door. Director Wu was unobstructed all the way to the very front. Director Xia and Hai Jing stood to his left and right, talking about the progress of their work and so on. As for the others, they mostly used eye contact in place of verbal communication. They would only raise their hands to cover their mouths and whisper to each other intermittently. No matter what, they were unable to return to the atmosphere from earlier. Luo Nen used his all-encompassing mental senses to take in everyone's expressions. He found the subtle, psychological changes quite interesting, but soon he felt the gazes of others observing him. Luo Nen raised his head and discovered that God was looking at him with a subtle expression. Cat Eyes was even whispering to him, "Look, it's quite abnormal, right? What are you chattering about behind my back? We're talking about how we can serve you, boss. Speaking of which, on one side you're the boss, enjoying star service. On the other side you're the little brother, bowing and scraping to others. How do you switch between these two modes at will? Are you schizophrenic? Or are you role-playing? Aren't you having fun?" Luo Nan was speechless. The two circles were different. One was another. This was very normal. How was he schizophrenic? Sure enough, most patients are unconscious. What do you think, God? God didn't want to get involved in this matter, but he hesitated for a moment due to professional considerations. He still communicated through the psychic wave network. "Mr. Luo, it's best if we completely control the situation. Don't let any unexpected situations occur." Before he could finish speaking, a new situation really did occur. Oh my, there are a lot of people here. Luckily, there are even more beauties. There was only one person on this floor who could be so pompous and frivolous. 2 seconds later, He Donglu entered the elevator with a swagger. Old Si followed beside him. This young master, who the vast majority of people were unfamiliar with, entered. Admittedly, he was quite eye-catching, but the vast majority of people were peeking at the number of people the elevator was carrying. It looked like this wave really couldn't go down. Bai Yu and Clara were quite alarmed. Could they really be jinxed? In front of the elevator, Director Wu's face sank for a moment. Clearly, his impression of He Donglu was limited. Depending on one's position, one's standpoint would also be different. From the perspective of Director Xia, being able to use the company's resources to exchange for personal benefits was already the most ideal situation. But from Director Wu's perspective, the entire artiste department was his private plot. He absolutely didn't want a bird to steal food from it. It was just that this bird was an eagle and had a powerful background. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend him, so he could only pretend not to see him. Everyone would be quite embarrassed when encountering this sort of chance encounter situation. Director Wu adjusted his mentality a bit, and a smile reappeared on his face. He turned around and took the initiative to greet He Donglu. "Young Master He, it's been a while." He Donglu walked straight to the elevator door with old Si clearing the way. He responded with a chuckle. "Everyone's busy. Director Wu, you're constantly pushing out good works. As for me, I'm a loyal customer. We still have a tacit understanding." As he spoke, he turned around and swept his gaze over the faces of the few beauties present. He even winked. Most people would treat this micro-expression as a playboy's casual flirtation, but Luo Nan noticed who he was winking at. Shui Yi. Shui Yi leaned in the corner with her arms crossed. Her expression was cold, but her slightly accelerated heartbeat and breathing proved that her mood was far from as tranquil as it appeared on the outside. Could it be that she had been flirted with? Director Wu glanced at the crowd and slightly furrowed his brows. Suddenly he said to Hai Jing, "How about this? Little Hai, bring someone with you to check every room on this floor. See if you left anything behind, especially personal items and sensitive items. Let's not give the property management any trouble. and let's not give the paparazzi a chance to make a fuss. Hai Jing was a bit startled, but he quickly complied. Most people understood clearly in their hearts that Director Wu's move was a model example of using a fuss to make a fuss. In the end, this was just assigning the authority to get on the elevator. As for who Hai Jing would take away, one didn't need to use their knees to think to know. Luo Nan immediately suffered over a dozen gazes sweeping over him. Hai Jing's gaze fell on Luo Nan's face, giving him a slight hint. God and cat eyes both frowned. This was an unexpected situation. He Donglu had finally discovered Luo Nan. Or it could be said that he had found an opportunity to discover Luo Nan. He laughed more and more happily. Director Wu's thoughts are thorough. All right, you over there. Go to Xue's room and get me 2 pieces of that unfinished snack. Hurry up. I'll be on the car in a bit. If you really can't do it, I'll run down the stairs. Luo Nan was truly speechless. Surnamed He, you're crazy. Director Wu felt He Donglu's targeting. He was stunned for a moment when Director Sha jumped out from the side. He displayed outstanding initiative. I'll go with Hai Jing. It'll be a bit more convenient this way. Oh, surnamed Sha was already kneeling behind He Donglu's back. He Donglu raised his eyebrows, but he didn't lose the opportunity to ridicule Luo Nan that easily. Okay, then little brother, just make a trip for me. Run a bit faster. Maybe you can make it to the elevator. Before he could finish speaking, the jumping numbers on the panel of the elevator fixed. After a long back and forth, the elevator finally got into position and an electronic sound rang out. Director Wu, who was in front of the door, didn't think too much after receiving this prompt. In any case, the youngster He Donglu had his eyes on probably wouldn't have a good time. He wasn't willing to get involved, so he waved his hand at Director Sha. Hurry up and do it. He locked gazes with He Donglu as he finished speaking. They revealed smiles at the same time, switching to the social script. He Donglu seized the initiative. Director Wu, please. Young Master He, please. Director Wu, you're the host. You. Or is it Young Master He? Young Master He? The metal door closed to the side. It was like a flipped script that stretched the camera, causing the scene of the elevator room and the elevator car to blend together. Chapter 471. The reason why the person in the elevator car was said to be a professional woman was because of the strong impression her clothing gave. She wore a light gray, slim-fit short suit and straight pants of the same color. She wore a slightly conservative black high heel. Every detail indicated her identity. The only thing that stood out was probably the silver-gray metal case she carried in her right hand. However, compared to her clothing, that extremely sculpted face was perhaps the best match. The calmer she was, the more a chill naturally seeped through. It made people feel that she should have an extremely serious personality. It was precisely this first impression, perhaps in addition to her tall and slender figure, that effectively strengthened her aura. Furthermore, there was a dense mass of people outside the elevator. She was alone, yet she didn't make any unnecessary, subconscious movements. She stood steadily in the car and didn't even have the intention of walking out. She only used her bright and sharp eyes to sweep across everyone's faces. Wow, a hardcore! As an assault bassist, Huang Xiangdong immediately felt that this was a rarely seen and challenging type. He subconsciously sighed. However, as soon as he spoke, he discovered that his voice was unusually loud. In fact, the ambient noise had suddenly been lowered, vividly setting off his idiotic moment. Huang Xiangdong hurriedly shut his mouth. As his voice faded away and lacked a follow-up, some kind of silent power surged out like a formless, dark cloud, instantly covering the entire elevator. In that instant, the whispers that even Director Wu couldn't avoid after coming over were completely erased. Director Wu, who was standing at the very front, was a little stupefied. Silence made people even more sensitive. In this strange silence, he suddenly discovered that there was a problem with his own reaction. He didn't know when, but he had turned his face to avoid the professional woman's gaze. Also, his body had moved to the side. He was an executive of Mingtang culture. The 56th floor was his company's exclusive floor. He was undoubtedly the head of this place. But what he felt right now was like 2 years ago when he had welcomed Madame Halder from the Castle Financial Group. That cold capital tycoon, facing a group of overly enthusiastic and noisy company executives, had used only his eyes to shut everyone up. What the hell am I thinking? Director Wu suddenly snapped out of his daze. He felt that his current reaction was mysteriously awkward. Actually, I'm abiding by the rules of ladies first, and first down, first up, right? Right? He subconsciously shot a glance at Hidonglu. This young man was still blocking the entrance of the elevator. He looked even calmer. But what was with the abrupt interruption just now, and the shrinking of his shoulders and chest now? Inside the elevator, the professional woman's gaze also fell on Hidonglu's body, but also somewhat deviated. Before he could figure out where the focal point was, he heard an electronic beep. It was the beep of a different elevator, followed by a bang. Old C, who had been silently standing at Hidonglu's side, first lowered his head to look at his wristband. Immediately after, his figure reflexively straightened. He forcefully pressed his legs together, and his heels touched. Reserve Lieutenant C. Guesheng of the 7th Coastal Special Warfare Brigade. The short and forceful sound of the army broke through the pressure of silence, yet it also completely changed the nature of this place. However, the people involved felt that it was only natural. 2nd Air Space Special Warfare Brigade Reserve Officer He Wayne. As a professional woman, He Wayne, she didn't need to change her posture. Her posture was the most standard. She looked at Si Guesheng and replied simply, "Please return to the team." Old Si shouted, "Yes," and immediately raised his hand in salute. Soon after, he walked into the elevator with large strides. He arrived at the elevator control panel in front of He Wayne and stood still. He crossed his legs and rested for a moment like a door god. Only now did he slightly nod towards Hidonglu. Then he completely restored his cold and hard military demeanor. His own bodyguard had been pulled away with a beep? Did he think this was a swipe of a card? Hidonglu had roamed the world of hedonists for 20 years, yet he had never seen or even thought of such a situation. He stood there in a daze. He didn't respond to Old C's signal. However, he didn't remain in a daze for long. The continuous changes finally broke the nearly frozen atmosphere in the surroundings. A slight commotion began outside the elevator. Since up until now, it didn't have much to do with them, the surrounding people couldn't help but paint all sorts of colors in their eyes. They used different angles to observe or exchange their own thoughts with their companions. Whispers rang out again. Hidonglu stood at the very front, his back facing everything. He truly experienced what it meant to feel like there was a blade on one's back. If today's matter were to spread out, Hidonglu would achieve the achievement of being a 10,000-year laughingstock in social circles in minutes. Really Motherf **Ker. Motherf **Ker. Awkward and absurd emotions finally took form and rapidly gushed out. He faced one of the most fearful gazes in his life and roared involuntarily, "Sis, what are you doing?" He Wayne didn't pay any attention to him. Her gaze shifted once more, piercing into the crowd outside. With Hidonglu, the sacrificial victim, in front of her, no one dared to look her in the eye. Most people even learned from Director Wu, moving sideways one after another to avoid the frontal assault. They unconsciously opened up a passageway leading outside. The problem was that He Wayne didn't seem to have any intention of coming out. She just stared at the fixed target behind the crowd until their gazes met. Hidonglu felt like he was about to explode. What was hateful was that even so he was like a marionette. He involuntarily followed He Wayne's gaze and looked behind her. Then he saw a young wooden face. F***CK. Frankly speaking, Luo Nan was a bit stupefied when he saw He Wayne appear in the elevator. But then the other side directly recruited Old C. Outsiders were muddle-headed, but he, Cat Eyes, and Gouda, who were directly involved, had clear minds. The situation had escalated, and it was extremely serious. Otherwise, with the resources of the society, how could they possibly find external help at the last minute? So when He Wayne cast her gaze over, Luo Nan instantly understood her intentions. It was time to get down to business. Luo Nan should have responded, but the moment the situation came to a head, he felt the blood squeezed out of his heart. It was as if it carried an electric current, so much so that his body was paralyzed. Correspondingly, countless electrical signals and chemical signals were transmitted and changed within the neural network. When these complex and subtle stimuli were integrated, they formed a relatively clear emotional color. Among them, the majority were actually restlessness and resistance. So Luo Nan didn't achieve an instant reaction like Old C. Instead, he maintained his silence. Cat Eyes and Gao seemed to be a bit surprised by this. They both turned their gazes over. Luo Nan's facial expression didn't show, but the more gazes focused on him, the more intense the agitation in his heart became. This is embarrassing. What are you afraid of? Is there something here that you're afraid of? Actually, there wasn't. If there was something, it wouldn't be any substance. It would be some sort of metaphysical thing. Luo Nan's attention shifted slightly to where Amoya was. Even without using his eyes to observe, he knew that his older sister was observing He Wayne. She was quite interested, following He Wayne's line of sight in search of the next explosive target. She treated herself as a spectator, but she didn't know that there was a close relationship between the newcomer and her cousin. Originally, the two circles didn't intersect. Or it could be said that Luo Nan had always been careful to maintain the distance between the two circles. But at this moment, because of this sudden incident, the inner world and the original social circle came into direct contact, silently intersecting. Only then did Luo Nan suddenly discover that there clearly existed some sort of irreconcilable conflict between the two. This conflict was precisely the source of Luo Nan's fear. There should be a deeper meaning to this, but Luo Nan was unable to make sense of it in a short amount of time. He only knew that he had to make a choice. It wasn't up to his heart. He had to consider many, many things. Since this was the case, the answer was actually placed right before his eyes. Perhaps the moment He Wayne opened her mouth was the beginning of the collapse of the rhythm of life that he worked so hard to maintain. Luo Nan couldn't refuse, but he also wasn't willing to take the initiative to break it. He could only listen to the arrangements of fate. Outside the elevator door, Hidonglu had enough of this treatment of being completely ignored. He turned his face to face He Wayne. He was so angry that his hands were already trembling a bit. You really think of yourself as a secretary? I'm your little brother. Excuse me. Huh. He Wayne's eyelids were slightly drooping in the elevator car. She temporarily cut off the gaze that had a clear direction. When she opened her eyes again, she walked straight outside, pushing aside a close blood relative who was blocking her way. Old C followed in silence. Hidonglu staggered outside, and the people behind him split open like waves, causing the already faintly forming passageway to become even wider. As for the end of the passageway, it was still a bit blocked. Luo Nan was right there. He Wayne walked past Director Wu's position in 2 steps. Her feet didn't stop as she quickly gave instructions. The security bureau is working. Send 2 people from your company to follow. If there's anything you need, please cooperate. Damn, I finally understand what's going on. Director Wu still had a bit of doubt in his heart, but young master, he had called her sister twice. Even if he had doubts, he had to suppress them. He faced He Wayne's back and said, okay. Then he was a bit hesitant. Who should I leave? Director Shah had a flash of inspiration at this time. He volunteered once more. Director, I'll bring someone with me. Ow. That's fine. Talk less and do more. Keep in touch at all times. Director Wu's head was swollen from the series of matters. He also knew that this matter was related to the Security Bureau and that it was best not to blindly meddle with it. He was disinclined to think too much, so he agreed to Director Shah's suggestion. Then, little Luo, follow me. Director Shah's gaze drifted over to Luo Nan as he spoke. He saw that Luo Nan's reaction was calm, and he knew that he had gambled correctly. He clenched his fist in secret. He Wayne just happened to brush past Luo Nan at this time. Gao De reacted quickly. I'm the building's property manager. Follow me. He Wayne nodded imperceptibly as she spoke. In fact, she was pointing at Luo Nan. Luo Nan let out a sigh of relief. He even had the time to give Mo a reassuring gesture before turning around to follow. Right after he turned around, his face inexplicably heated up. He Wayne led the group of people through the safety passageway very quickly, disappearing from everyone else's line of sight. Most of the people in the elevator were still in a daze. Cat Eyes leaned against the doorframe and scratched her chin. Hey, the reasons are so abundant. What should I do? Chapter 472. Thank you, Sister Yuane. Luo Nan expressed his thanks to He Yuane in the first instance after entering the long corridor. He was clear in his heart that He Yuane's original plan was certainly not like this, following the rhythm from the beginning. Directly bringing him into the elevator was the most reasonable judgment. As for why it became like this, the reason, He Yuane, you're asking for it. He Donlu, who was already rambling incoherently, caught up from behind. He roared loudly from far away. This complete loss of composure attracted the attention of a few rooms on the floor. The artists and staff who had yet to leave stuck their heads out to take a look. But very quickly they met Manager Shah's fierce gaze, and they immediately stopped and closed the door to protect themselves. However, He Donglo's brain had already been fried by the flames of anger. He chased after He Yuane, wanting to pull He Yuane's arm and demand an explanation. Old C had no choice but to hug him when he saw that he was so irritable, but he didn't know how to stop him. Luo Nan was a bit embarrassed when he saw this situation, but he heard He Yuane say, "Don't get distracted. Let the security personnel handle these chores." Just as he finished speaking, God had already walked to He Donglo's side. He extended his hand and took out a small and exquisite spear-like object, aiming it at He Donglo's neck. F***CK, He Yuane, that's enough. Upon seeing this, He Donglo's eye sockets were about to split open. He struggled even more frantically. However, Old C didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. As God pulled the trigger, anesthetic drops were injected into the skin on the side of He Donglo's neck. In less than 2 seconds, the world became peaceful. He Yuane swept a glance. Settle them down. Old C pondered for a moment. Only Shi Wei's suite was considered convenient and easy to take care of. He excused himself to He Yuane and carried He Donglu inside. The others were still fine, but Supervisor Shah was already dumbfounded. This officer, He Yuane, could really be said to be iron-faced. She didn't even care about her own brother's feelings and treated him like a passerby. Just as he was thinking about it, someone behind him suddenly laughed. The secretary really treats the boss to relieve his worries and doesn't avoid his in-laws. But aren't you spoiling him too much? Cat Eyes found a random reason to get away and followed after him with the sound of her high heels clicking. To her question, He Yuane did not answer. Cat Eyes was unwilling to forgive him. Just now, we directly pulled him downstairs and met up with the security team. Everything would have been fine and dandy. In the end, things ended up like this. Don't you think it's funny when you put all your actions together? She directly pointed out the crux of the matter, causing the situation that had been eased with great difficulty to return to awkwardness. Well, the only one who felt awkward was Luo Nan. Luo Nan knew that Cat Eyes seemed to be targeting He Yuane, but in reality, she was seizing the opportunity to take revenge. Every word and sentence was mocking him. Unfortunately, he was unable to retort, so he lowered his head in silence for a time. Focus. Only now did Wayne open her mouth. She gave the same advice as before, and then she turned to Cat Eyes. Since you are born human, your family and the impressions of your family are very important. For some people, they are more important than others. TSK, it sounds sweet, Wayne asked in a flat tone. If because of this kind of problem it causes my mind to be distracted, my condition to be bad, and when I encounter trouble, what should I do? Since you're here and the security team, in this environment, do you trust the security team more? Or do you trust yourself more? Hey, Captain Gao is still here. Gao's face was expressionless. In the face of true trouble, the security team is only there to share the pressure, to check for weaknesses, and make up for loopholes. I know you guys have military backgrounds, so there's no need to show solidarity here, right? Cat Eyes rolled her eyes. And then, you guys are going to act according to his temperament? Wayne turned to look at Luo Nan. Harvest and effort are equal in principle. One more layer of change, one more job. This will consume even more mental strength. I believe that Mr. Luo has already made preparations. Luo Nan watched Wayne and Cat Eyes communicate from the side. He already vaguely understood the reasoning within, but he was unwilling to speak at this time, so he remained silent. Wayne didn't mind. She turned to Manager Shah and said, "We need an empty room." Right now, most of the artists, assistants, and staff on this floor were heading backstage. Finding an empty room was the easiest. Even so, Manager Shah was still very nervous. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He used the authority control software to confirm repeatedly before finding the closest room. 5610. This room is a bit small, but it's always been unused. It's clean. Manager Shah opened the door and invited the group inside. He wanted to follow along, but he was stopped by Gauda. Boss Luo. Manager Shah instinctively wanted to know Luo Nan's attitude. Even though this young man seemed to be lectured to the point where he couldn't raise his head, wasn't this the same situation in the elevator in the morning? When all was said and done, the one who gave him the greatest mental shock was the seemingly obedient young man. Luo Nan felt Manager Shah's fearful and expectant emotions, and he turned to give him a glance. "There's nothing else for you to do. Go do what you need to do." Manager Shah let out a long sigh of relief. He nodded and bowed as he withdrew. Si Guisheng had also settled Donglu down at this time and hurried over. Gao to close the door after waiting for the relevant personnel to enter the room, isolating the inside from the outside. This place instantly turned quiet. Ever since Cat Eyes was reduced to a believer, she became more and more casual when dealing with people and things. She didn't care about etiquette and the like. She had already found a chair to sit in, and she blurted out, "You're all professionals, after all." Huh. She was suddenly startled. Her gaze streaked across Luo Nan's face before falling on Wayne. Hold on. Wouldn't a certain someone and his sister be separated like this? And he even ended up shedding tears of gratitude. So, I'm the only one who's a vile character and vain? Luo Nan was stupefied in place for a moment. What she said seemed to be true. Wayne didn't feel awkward because of Cat Eyes' words. She found an open area after entering the room. She crouched down and placed the silver-gray suitcase on the ground. She entered the password, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Cat Eyes looked at Luo Nan. "Boss, what are your thoughts right now?" Luo Nan recovered from his sluggish state. He didn't know what to say at first, but his mind spun a few times. He unconsciously recalled the series of reactions he had in the elevator a few minutes ago. Soon he grinned and laughed bitterly. "I'm thinking that if I were to be together with Moya and encounter an unexpected situation, I'm afraid I would really be done for if I were to be as conflicted as I was before. How would I have the free time to choose at that time?" Cat Eyes couldn't help clicking her tongue twice. "Your awareness has risen all of a sudden. Hey, Vice President I didn't know that you actually had the talent to be a teacher." Is the He family an instructor in the military? Ow. Ow. He Wayne was silent for a moment. She waited for the silver-gray suitcase to open to ring out. Only then did she speak softly. With this awareness, Mr. Luo should be able to be more focused. This was the third time she had mentioned a similar request. Luo then took a deep breath and responded directly for the first time. No problem. Chapter 473. The suitcase was filled with equipment specially arranged for Luo Nan. It was very simple. There was a flesh-colored protective suit, an electromagnetic handgun, matching parts, and a certain amount of ammunition. The protective suit was a tight-fitting standard, so Luo Nan needed to take off his outer and underwear before he could put it on. If this was before, Luo Nan would inevitably hesitate for a moment when faced with the gazes of several people in the room, especially those of the opposite sex. But right now, Yuan's focused voice was still ringing in his ears. Mulling over these things would be a bit too petty. Luo Nan completely exhaled the breath he had just inhaled and exhaled. He directly unbuttoned his clothes, and his mind naturally attached to the equipment in the suitcase and Yuan's introduction. He didn't care about anything else. The hidden Snake Type 2 protective suit is mainly used for protection against stab and poison. It avoids being ambushed in a chaotic or vile environment. However, you still need to be careful of the head area when you aren't wearing a protective mask. Using this kind of protective suit required a certain level of skill. Yuan stood up to help Luo Nan put it on as she explained. Due to their current special circumstances, it was hard to avoid physical contact. Some parts of the body were quite sensitive, and this was 10 times, 100 times more stimulating than the attention of the eyes. Do you need help? Cat Eyes' wicked interest was no longer satisfied by watching from the sidelines with a smile. She took the initiative to stand up and walk forward. She was clearly asking for Luo Nan's opinion, but she had already started. She slid down while sticking to his waist. To the side, Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Before she could speak, she heard Luo Nan say, "My calf is a bit loose." His tone was calm and natural. Cat Eyes was startled when she heard this. She raised her head to look at Luo Nan's expression. Let's not talk about anything else. His eyes were half open and half sleepy. One side of his gaze was focused on the suitcase, looking at the accessories that he had yet to put on. The other side was probably his internal body experiencing the minute sensations after putting on the protective suit. Aside from this, he had no other thoughts. Under the repeated stimulation, this youth, who had always been wavering between two life circles, finally made a decision. He swept away those meaningless and distracting thoughts, gathered his mind, and faced the present. It was fine for others, but Cat Eyes, who had long since become a member of Luo Nan's closed system, could clearly feel the power bursting forth from the core region. The majestic psychic pressure formed from this slowly covered every region of the system, regulating all sides and bestowing order. Cat Eyes was too close to him, to the extent that she didn't even have the time to digest it. Her heart felt stifled. In her daze, she came to a realization. Her boss's hesitant human heart gradually faded, and his ruthless mind stepped forward to weave a new set of order that was most beneficial to the current situation. Once this order was formed, any countercurrent that attempted to break through would need to have sufficient awareness. Cat Eyes hesitated for a moment. In the end, she bent her knees and half knelt. Her knees touched the floor lightly in order to maintain her balance. Her fingers were separated by a layer of protective clothing as she touched Luo Nan's calf muscles. "Is it here?" Luo Nan's voice grew quieter and quieter. "Above your heels." "Here's a foot cover. Take off your socks and hook your feet." Cat Eyes did her best to reply with a calm tone, but in her heart she was thinking, "I'll go crazy sooner or later." A dozen or so seconds later, Luo Nan slowly exercised his elbows, wrists, knees, and feet. He gradually adapted to the slightly tight state of the protective suit. His training during this period of time hadn't been in vain. The skin-colored, skin-tight clothing, which could expose and magnify all the flaws of his body, actually allowed him to prop himself up. Aside from the fact that his body hadn't grown and he was a bit skinny, there wasn't anything else wrong with him. At this time, Wayne took out a set of small accessories with unknown uses from the case and fitted them onto Luo Nan. They included a narrow metal belt, a buckled leather armor that resembled an ancient breastplate, and a jeweled tail ring. There was a small interlude in the middle. Wayne noticed the black wristband on Luo Nan's left hand. Is this the flywheel arm? Oh, Brother Papercut gave it to me. Then wear the tail ring on your right hand to avoid conflict. You need to wear the equipment first, then put on your outer clothes. Make sure that all the equipment is directly attached to the protective suit. Right now, Luo Nan had even attached a layer of gloves to his hands. Though the gloves had the effect of simulating skin, the feeling was still quite strange. Cat Eyes didn't understand what was going on. She simply asked, "What's the use of this equipment?" Wait a moment. Wayne still didn't respond immediately. She continued to instruct Luo Nan, letting him adjust the hexa ear to a certain special channel. Let's try it out. Do you sense a noise? There's a rhythm within the noise. You need to use your soul strength to adhere to it. Yes, just like that. Luo Nan's voice just fell when a buzzing sound rang out from his body. Wayne, Cat Eyes, and the suitcase on the ground were all pushed away by some invisible repulsive force. Fortunately, the body techniques of the two were extraordinary. They were able to maintain their balance, and Wayne still had the leisure to hold down the suitcase, preventing it from toppling over. Wow, a defensive force field? According to what President Ouyang said, this is the materialization of the power of the psychic wave network. Wayne looked at Luo Nan. Do you feel uncomfortable? Nope, I feel pretty good. Luo Nan responded with a single sentence. At the same time, he reached out to press his hand against his belt. He gently stroked it, as if he had understood something. Cat Eyes also walked back and reached out to touch the breastplate. Is this the president's new achievement? The psychic wave network directly interferes with reality? Yes. In theory, the power of the psychic wave network can be mobilized to interfere with the material plane through the relevant components. However, the current conversion consumption is a bit high. Less than 1 out of 100 is saved. Is President Ouyang prepared to personally escort a certain person? If there's a mortal threat, yes. TSK, this treatment. Cat Eyes was speechless at first, but she immediately shook her head. Then why do we need to beat around the bush? I feel that this toy is too flashy and impractical. It's too inefficient. If we really do encounter a powerful enemy, then as long as the psychic wave network is fine, we can just suppress them with a mental storm and sweep them away. Wayne did not speak. She just shared a video in the mission window. The video showed an interrogation room. Looking at the angle, it should have been taken from a surveillance camera. The camera was aimed at an unfamiliar face. This person sat in an interrogation chair with his hands fixed to the board. His head was lowered, and he didn't say a word. Who is this person? Cat Eyes was still the first to ask. The one who answered was God. This is the driver of the target, Luo Yuan's flying car. During the interrogation, he was unable to reveal Luo Yuan's whereabouts. He was brought back to the nearby police station. It's him. Luo Nan's attention was also drawn over. All he saw was that this person's face was ordinary. The corners of his eyes and eyebrows were drooping. He looked a bit gloomy. God added another sentence. The video is currently fast-forwarding. It was just as God said. The video was fast-forwarding at a high speed. The two police officers participating in the interrogation were rapidly switching their movements. Their voices turned into chattering noises. However, the driver was different. He maintained a fixed posture from beginning to end. He didn't say a word, and the corresponding scene didn't change at all. Wayne explained softly. He's been like this ever since he was brought back for investigation. Pay attention to the clock on the wall. The video returned to normal at a fast speed. The time on the wall clock was close to 5 p.m. Luo Nan lowered his head to check the time. It was 10 minutes ago. When the needle of the old-fashioned clock in the interrogation room crossed the top of the scale, the driver, who had been sitting in silence all this time, suddenly stretched his neck. His eyes were cast directly in the direction of the camera. His fixed gaze was as if he was looking at them through the lens of the camera. Luo Nan could see that the driver's face was constantly twitching from this moment on. His veins and muscles bulged from time to time, and the corners of his lips twisted under some sort of force. Words were spat out from the corners of his distorted mouth. All the inferior ones will be eliminated. The outstanding ones will be reordered. We have plenty of space, but we will absolutely not tolerate the entry of filth. These words were like the ravings of sleep and the words of madness. They were like a gust of sinister wind, rising from the bottom of everyone's hearts. The police officer in charge of the interrogation couldn't help but stand up. It seemed that he wanted to confirm whether or not the safety confinement facilities were complete. But right before his eyes, the twitching of the driver's face fiercely spread to the rest of his body. The extent of the twitching increased sharply, so much so that he completely lost his human form at some point. He was like a candle that had gone overboard, melting under everyone's gazes. The police officer in charge of the interrogation was nothing more than an ordinary person. He had never seen such a terrifying scene before. He retreated in a flurry amidst his screams, but he couldn't maintain his balance. He fell on his butt to the ground, bumping into the table behind him. The colleague next to him didn't perform any better than him. He flipped over his chair when he jumped up. The surveillance camera calmly recorded everything. The driver, who had melted into wax, remained in his chair. He spent roughly 30 seconds before his figure and appearance returned to normal. He maintained his posture of looking straight at the camera from beginning to end, but his face was completely different from half a minute ago. Everyone on this side saw the face clearly. Luo Yuan. Although Cat Eyes hadn't personally experienced the situation at the time, she had done her homework. She immediately hissed, "So he's the driver." The problem of Luo Yuan's disappearance under the watchful eyes of everyone at the time was most likely solved. She looked again at Luo Yuan sitting in the interrogation chair. This mysterious person originally possessed extraordinary male charisma, but after witnessing the melted wax remodeling process just now, no one dared to look straight at his face. At this time, the security personnel outside had already rushed in. There were also ability users from the society inside. Under such circumstances, Luo Yuan still faced the camera. He spoke in a manner that was neither hurried nor slow. "No matter which one it is, I will find it. I will break the old and innovate with you." The video came to an abrupt end at this point, leaving behind only a calm expression that looked straight at the camera. Cat Eyes expressed that there were far too many lunatics in the world today. How is this Luo Yuan now? He Wayne still shook her head. If Luo Yuan really exists, then this person isn't, at least not in the complete sense. Cat Eyes was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" He Wayne didn't deliberately keep Cat Eyes in suspense. She directly answered Cat Eyes' doubts. According to a sample taken from the scene of the battle, there are some problems with the expression of this driver's genes. Although we still have to wait for the results of the test to come out, our initial conjecture is that this person may be a special life form that was rapidly produced through asexual reproduction. Moreover, he possesses extraordinary strength. Chapter 474. Cat Eye's confused state was delayed for a full 2 seconds. Only then was she able to force the corners of her lips to form a smile. Ability, user clone body. All right, a great discovery of creation. Her gaze turned to God and Si Guisheng. "What do you two think?" The other side was silent. Cat eyes revealed an expression that said, "See, I knew it would be like this." She conversed with He Wayne once more. "Vice President, if my ability to understand is correct, you're saying that the person in the video is a clone, and an ability user at that. This is a preliminary judgment. So you're saying that this person is purely the result of human labor?" He Wayne didn't directly answer this question. She just listed the data. There are currently at least 30 laboratories in the world that possess a complete technological system for asexual reproduction. Moreover, there are around 5 laboratories that possess a certain amount of technological reserves in the field of rapid growth. However, we have yet to receive any intelligence on anyone that dares to violate the relevant provisions of the Comprehensive Clones Prohibition Convention and push this forbidden technology into the application stage. And then, not a single one of these 30 laboratories is capable of attaching extraordinary power to a clone organism. After all, after decades of research, the current conclusion is that only extraordinary power can bestow extraordinary power. Then why did you say? But this judgment of this matter is based on reality. We can only start from the facts and make inferences according to current laws. This is a potential power that possesses a complete asexual reproduction technology and a complete set of extraordinary power, using technology to create an entity and then bestowing it with extraordinary power. If that's the case, then it's not unreasonable. Cat eyes rubbed her chin. Do you have a specific direction? Probably a little. In recent years, a batch of living material providers have appeared in the wilderness. Oh, I've heard of it. The gene exchange, right? It's a very famous black market. It's said that an enormous underground trading network has been formed. They specialize in providing genetic samples and living material for experiments to the major laboratories. Living material experiments? Luo Nen raised his eyebrows. He was a bit sensitive to this word. After all, his grandfather's crimes back in the day involved human experimentation. It was an important item that could not be avoided. It was also a charge that was very hard to wash off. So Luo Nen never dared to say that his grandfather was innocent. He could only pursue the academic achievements that his grandfather should have. At this time, Cat Eyes' imagination began to run wild. You're saying that this gene exchange provides various large laboratories with some sort of clone body? We have no evidence of such a transaction. I understand. The government, the military, and the funds of the major consortiums. Such high-level funding providers won't leave behind any obvious weaknesses. If they were to continue chatting like this, they would stray from the topic. He Wayne decisively changed the direction and revealed the intelligence and conclusion. At present, the understanding of the various parties regarding the gene exchange is very limited. However, there is a basic consensus. This force belongs to the wilderness, and among them there's one or a few people who possess a type of supernatural power that can be used on a clone body, perhaps including the effect of rapid proliferation. Because of this ability, as long as there are qualified donor cells, it can quickly divide and multiply, forming a complete living body in a short period of time. It's like a bomb, but it's just like a bomb. Create a clone body and then completely vaporize it in a short period of time. Are they demons? To many laboratories, they might be more like gods. Cat Eyes' ridicule hit the nail on the head. Luo Nen had a pensive look. If He Yuan's judgment was correct, then this could explain why he was unable to draw Luo Yuan's life sketch in his living starry sky back in the underground passageway. If the target itself was just a clone body that was rapidly proliferating and growing, then it simply wouldn't have the opportunity to form self-awareness. It was reasonable that no traces could be found on the mental plane. Cat Eyes and He Yuan continued to discuss related issues, but Luo Nan didn't participate. He wasn't like these two, who had an extensive and deep understanding of the inner world. Even though he had crammed a few courses, his understanding of the law that only supernatural power could bestow supernatural power was shallow. Therefore, It was useless for him to listen to such matters. Under such circumstances, the only thing he could consider was the superficial things. For example, how should he deal with this enemy that was hard to sense? One of Luo Nan's greatest reliance against enemies was his mental senses. This was especially true in the living starry sky. He could sense the enemy and even attack from a distance, seizing the initiative. This kind of observing and attacking mode was already a move and rhythm that he was used to. He felt that something was wrong if he couldn't use it. This was a problem that belonged to him. Of course, he could only solve it himself. Luo Nan's consciousness wandered the living starry sky. He had no train of thought for the time being, nor did he have a goal. He could only first sort out his own sealed system clearly, checking to see if there were any loopholes. Then he pushed forward layer by layer from the inside out. Of course, it was impossible for any loopholes to exist within his own sealed system. This was more like a ritual. It was also like the instincts of a fierce beast patrolling its territory on a daily basis. Cat Eyes must have sensed the change in pressure within the system. Cat Eyes shot a glance at him, but Luo Nan ignored her. His mind had already spread out, covering a vast area with a radius of 20 kilometers. The situation at the municipal plaza left a deep impression on him, not to mention the surroundings. The stage for tonight's performance had already been set up in the center of the plaza. It was a standard, four-sided stage, surrounded by a circle of temporary seats. The enormous stream of people was blocked outside. The surging heads were a dense black mass. It was just as Peony had judged. The number of people was already in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. It was already extremely difficult to search for an unremarkable target within this boundless tide of people, let alone to find a few loopholes. Not only did he have to search the Star Atlas, he also had to take care of the millions of students and citizens on the material plane. He had to match them one by one, not to mention the problem of the sharp reduction of the range of his senses when it came to the material plane. Even if he could take care of everything, he would have to face such a terrifying amount of data processing. Perhaps only by turning his brain into a supercomputer would he be able to find the corresponding point in the interweaving material and mental planes. Luo Nan was completely clueless for a time. He could only drive his mind and wander aimlessly. Just like that, he saw Peony once more. She was still in the high-altitude restaurant, sitting by the window, staring blankly. Ink was outside the window. It was extremely bored, combing its feathers. Oh, right. There was still the matter of the mutant infection. It seemed that the threat was no less than that of the clones. Truly troubled times. Oh, it was already Lidong. Luo Nan subconsciously let out a sigh. It would be great if the number of people were a bit smaller. Then a new question extended from this thought. Luo Nan thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, why aren't we evacuating in the current situation? There's a dangerous character like Luo Yuan, and we can't figure out his goal for the time being. Isn't it safer to cancel the parade in concert? All the inferior ones will be eliminated, and the outstanding ones will be rearranged. Everyone said so. Our genius boss is certainly the most outstanding type. Don't you have any self-awareness? Cat Eyes widened her eyes, indicating to Luo Nan to understand. He Wayne had specially brought equipment to his doorstep. She didn't hesitate to offend her younger brother in order to temporarily recruit a former military elite like Si Guisheng. This set of combined punches was not just for the sake of flattering him. Luo Nan blinked. Really? Boss, please strengthen your knowledge of society. Use your brain properly. Cat Eyes was in a bad mood because of Luo Nan's inexplicable inspection in the living starry sky. Now that she had found this opportunity with great difficulty, how could she let him go? No matter what the cause is, this is still a political parade in name. Most of the people gathered here right now are youths with excess energy. They stand amidst hundreds of thousands of companions. Under the control of group mentality, they are hot-blooded and fearless. They are worried about not having a place to vent. Tonight's performance is a channel for them to vent. Right now, you're telling them that the parade has been stopped and the performance has been canceled due to an unwarranted danger. Do you believe me if I told you that you only need to leak a bit of information and you can cause a riot in minutes? Luo Nan went, "Oh." He ignored Cat Eye's crazy retort. He asked He Wayne, "Has the clone body been sent to the laboratory? Where is it roughly right now?" Cat Eyes was in a bad mood. Luo Nan's attitude caused the sharp thorns of her vicious energy to stab empty air. This was not all. The hidden and incorporeal sealed system gave her more and more pressure. Her experience grew worse and worse. It was as if she was situated in the middle of a large-scale production line that was operating at full capacity. All she could hear was the rumbling of machines. It would have been fine if she was an outsider visitor, but the key problem was that she was a member of this production line. Whether it was a worker, a machine, or a product, her position was determined by a certain person. Cat Eyes stared at Luo Nan. Her heart was restless. She really wanted to charge forward and bite this young man's throat. However, restlessness was restlessness. The thought only spun a few times in her mind before it was annihilated in a puff of smoke under the heavy pressure of the majestic system. She pursed her lips and watched Luo Nan carefully understand the relevant details of the clone body from He Wayne. She was clear in her mind. This seemingly childish big boss, who was essentially emotionless, had already driven the resources of the system he controlled to touch upon a deep level that ordinary people could not even imagine. When the resources of this boss's system were driven by his excessive rational strength, Cat Eyes, as a member of the system, was able to feel the cold and penetrating clairvoyance. She was able to sense the terrifying mutation that had unknowingly seeped into her. Honestly, the childish little show was cuter. In other words, the clone body hasn't been shipped out of the plaza yet? Yes, only a cell sample has been sent out. Oh. Chapter 475. Soon, Luo Nan found his target, the so-called clone body of an ability user. Of course, he was unable to directly observe it. He was able to lock onto it through the indirect projection of the other people present. Right now, the clone body was still in the form of Luo Yuan. His entire body was shackled from head to toe, and he seemed to have been injected with tranquilizers. However, these methods seemed a bit redundant. This person seemed to have lost all ability to think. He sat quietly on the chair, his eyes empty and without luster. Luo Nan took advantage of the fact that there were people next to the clone body to probe, but it was hard for him to get any results. To the side, Cat Eyes felt that Luo Nan was scheming something big. But after suppressing herself for a while, her death-seeking mentality prevailed. She wanted to stir up a bit of trouble, so she poked him in the open. "What are you planning?" "Nothing." Luo Nan responded very honestly. He didn't know what Cat Eyes was thinking. Otherwise, he would have said, "You overestimate me." He really did have an attitude right now, and he was using his brain. But using his brain didn't mean that he had a direction. What he lacked the most right now was a clear train of thought. He wanted to lock onto the threat of Luo Yuan, but this clone body without any mental characteristics had cut off the move he was most proficient in. Patrolling in circles around his own territory clearly wouldn't bring him any inspiration. His current state was, to put it bluntly, very suspiciously like he was putting on airs. What should he do? Before Luo Nan could break through this obstacle, someone in the outside world contacted him. The message came from Peony, who was leaning against the window. "I've sent the latest analysis to the cloud space according to the information you sent. Pay attention to receive it." "Huh? What are you for? I thought you were in a daze." My dear partner. I invited Mr. Ink to follow me for work needs, not to provide you with the convenience of peeping. Please abide by professional ethics, okay?" Luo Nan didn't try to explain. In any case, from the results of his peeping, Peony seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling when she said these words. Her attitude was subtle. She might not necessarily be angry. Perhaps she was teasing him more than anything else. He didn't want to waste time on these minor details. He simply pretended not to hear and downloaded the information from the cloud space. He didn't want to be distracted. He just wanted to find some inspiration from the information. After all, his greatest discovery today, the stair-like distribution between ordinary people and ability users, including the capture of a few suspected second-stage infected targets, all stem from this. Even if he couldn't give him inspiration, he could at least give him some luck, right? The information Luo Nen downloaded from the cloud space was the latest information Peony had obtained from the Astral Dream edition of Sky Street. It was basic information extracted from the government and a few social organizations and related departments. It mainly reflected the stock composition of the Sky Street Gossip Forum, the specific management personnel, the practices of each moderator, and their basic family situations. In addition, there were also some entertainment news, paparazzi gossip, and so on, involving the more active celebrities in sensitive sectors and the people around them, as well as the relevant situations of some people in society. This information was extremely trivial. Luo Nen roughly scanned the basic data section. It was simply fragmented. It was a tangled mess. However, Peony only used a few simple data sequencing calculations and then readjusted and combined them. For some unknown reason, she was able to scoop out a few extremely important clues. Moreover, the directionality was extremely clear, realizing a directional focus. It was reasonable and convincing. Out of the 5 suspected target superiors, 3 of them are popular idols. These 3 people did not belong to the same company, and their relationship with each other was very ordinary. However, in the past 2 years, they had all carried out many prostitution activities. A relatively high-level supply chain is involved here, based on the activity trajectories of the prostitutes and the corresponding prostitutes, the suspects of the Jingxian Club. Hey, are you listening? Oh, Luo Nen had really been a bit distracted just now, but Peony's words had exposed him. He was a bit astonished by Luo Nan's keen senses. Peony didn't have any intention of getting angry. Is it, you have important matters to attend to? Well, you could say so. Since she was this considerate, Luo Nan didn't need to hide anything. I obtained some inspiration from you. I'll definitely ask you for guidance regarding data analysis later. Peony rested her chin on one hand as she looked out the window at the ink combing her feathers. She was a bit bored to death. Though we've been partners for a few days, I still have to pay for advanced courses. If you really do have something to attend to, then go do it. Actually, I feel that everyone's mission should have been completed by now that we've investigated to this point. Really, this involves a few special circles. I don't believe that Trigate Security needs to go deeper. Let's not talk about this. I will report this information to Trigate Security at the same time. As for whether or not we should continue to investigate, that will be up to the client to decide. Luo Nen really didn't put too much thought into this matter. He just said, okay, if there's nothing else, then I'll get off work early. I'll find someone to apologize to in passing. Luo Nen spoke a few polite words. I'm very sorry for delaying your date, but you can probably watch a concert with that person at this hour? This suggestion isn't bad. If it helps in the final outcome, I will thank you. I wish you good luck. It was this kind of blessing again. However, Luo Nan felt that he really did need a bit of luck right now. Soon, Luo Nan's entire mind returned to the problem from before. It was just that there was a bit of inspiration in his mind. It was just as he said. The source of the inspiration came from Peony's data analysis method. This gave him a wonderful association. He subconsciously flipped through the downloaded analytical materials, especially the comparison between the basic data and the final data chart. Luo Nan gradually understood how Peony was able to pull out the clues hidden beneath the trivial fragments through comparison, categorization, and displacement. This method made Luo Nan gasp in admiration, but it also gave him a feeling of intimacy. This was because a month ago, Luo Nan had used a similar method to integrate an enormous amount of disorderly information fragments. He used a completely new perspective to create a new explanation of the old world. Yes, he was talking about the life sketches, the living starry sky. Luo Nan created the life sketches and constructed the living starry sky. Actually, it was all for the sake of sorting out the enormous amount of disorderly information brought about by his mental senses after the explosive growth of his soul strength. This was to reduce the pressure on his body and soul. For this reason, he drew a sketch of his observation target from a holistic, figurative, and fuzzy perspective. He even made a crucial choice. He gave up information on the pure material plane and only paid attention to the domain of life where the mental and material planes interfered. The problem he encountered today was precisely because of that trade-off. A clone life form, especially a clone life form that was rapidly catalyzed, would most likely not have the opportunity to make contact with the outside environment before carrying out a mission. The clone itself didn't possess the conditions to produce consciousness. The so-called consciousness that this ability user clone body had always displayed might very well be the result of remote control or even a pre-implanted program. In this way, even if the clone body possessed a complete human form and every organ and tissue system was complete and effective, the living starry sky wasn't sensitive to information on the pure material plane. His experience in the underground passageway proved this point. The clues seemed to have been cut off here, but in reality, this was the crucial node for the birth of inspiration. Luo Nan's train of thought slowly opened up after clarifying the nature of the living starry sky. He felt that he needed to change his perspective of observation. Of course, he didn't need to reintegrate and add information on the material plane. Even if he wanted to, he needed to consider the limits of the structure of his body and soul. What he thought was that when faced with an ability user clone body, a special case that couldn't be accommodated by the living starry sky, he could consider it from the path of either non-existent or non-existent. Therefore, he used the external neuron to pull out a notebook and record a few key inspirations. There were 2 points he needed to pay attention to right now. First, the empty shell state. According to the definition of the living starry sky, the so-called ability user clone body wasn't a complete life form. It didn't exist in a state of mutual interference between the material and the mind. It was just an empty shell with a fleshly body. But it was this empty shell that displayed a lively mental state in its negotiations with Amoya and the police. It didn't matter if this was a preset program or if someone was controlling it in the dark. The driving force was external. Luo Nan needed to find this clue, and it was very likely that this would involve the domain of the living starry sky. Second, extraordinary power. It wasn't difficult to create a clone person with the current clone technology system. The difficulty lay in how to make it grow quickly and how to make it possess extraordinary power. If the law of only extraordinary power can bestow extraordinary power was correct, then the target itself must possess traces of extraordinary power. Clues could be excavated from the donor cells, the embryo, and even the various stages of growth. Wayne was certain that this was an ability user clone body, but the target didn't possess traces of the mental plane. Then the direction of his ability must be the fleshly body. This was a more realistic starting point. Luo Nan understood with a single thought. He used the surrounding police, personnel, and society members as a springboard. He mobilized a bit of soul strength to interfere with the material plane and scan the target. The scanning wasn't done randomly. Luo Nan could be considered a professional after cultivating in the Divine Yu Gym for a period of time. The knowledge he learned from Gym Master Xiao just so happened to be put to use. Luo Nan remembered Gym Master Xiao once said that although there were simple and nimble differences in cultivation, the essence of all fleshly body strength was nothing more than the 4 words, bodily functions. The body was the foundation. Bodily functions were the direction. Fleshly body ability users were those who strengthened the foundation of the body. They mobilized the direction of bodily functions. They made it so that they could maintain the basic requirements of life and even ensure a good quality of life. They still had sufficient strength to destroy the foundation of life with pure, fleshly body strength. Therefore, to observe the foundation of others, one had to start with bodily functions. One had to observe the structure of the body and observe the flow of vital energy to determine the root receptacle. Only then could one further differentiate and analyze the root nature and capture the root mechanism. Chapter 476. Even though the society had already come to a conclusion, Luo Nan still needed to reconfirm it. This helped him establish his own logic. From the looks of things, it was indeed an ability user. The body's basic strengthening, bones, muscles, and neural networks, as well as its special texture and structure, could be seen with a glance by an insider. Of course, there was the possibility of technological modification. One needed to make a further judgment from the functions of the body. The changes in the human body's functions were more hidden. One needed to start probing from the internal organs, blood flow, nervous reflexes, and so on. It had to be comprehensive. But the problem was that the target was nearly 10 kilometers away from Luo Nan. He could only indirectly capture it through the living starry sky. Relying on this method to mobilize a small amount of soul strength was like scratching an itch through one's boot. Luo Nan scratched a few times, but was unable to grasp the gist of it. In the end, he could not help but ask He Wayne, "Can we meet that one side?" That one. An ability user clone. I think I might be able to find a new clue. Before He Wayne could respond, Cat Eyes had already exclaimed in admiration, "You know it's a bomb, yet you still want to go." Luo Nan simply ignored her. He Wayne's expression did not change. She answered, "Sure." Cat Eyes was shocked, but He Wayne immediately changed the topic. "Let's meet at the laboratory. The clone will be transferred to the branch laboratory soon. You just happen to be going there." The branch laboratory. Where is it? Luo Nan did not react for a time. He simply asked, but Cat Eyes made a fuss over nothing. Shangding? He Wayne first instructed Si Guosheng to reserve the elevator. Then she answered, "According to the established arrangements, we will go to the Shangding building and spend the night there. Considering the direction of the enemy's current information leak, inviting Mr. Luo there should be the safest choice." The Shangding Grand Xia was where the Xia City branch office was located. This name was fake. Its true security lay in the fact that the Xia City branch president, Ouyang Qin, spent all year long in the laboratory on the 13th floor of the Shangding building. Any enemy who wanted to make a move there would first need to eliminate a peak extraordinary. Sure enough, the treatment is extraordinary. This time Cat Eye's praise was genuine, but she immediately reacted. Her eyelids jumped twice. "You mean the enemy is very likely to be..." An organization that can provide a clone with the energy it needs to divide and multiply in a short period of time cannot be underestimated. If it's an individual, then their abilities are even more inconceivable. Shi Wayne did not directly come to a conclusion, but the meaning behind her words was as such. Now, Cat Eyes truly understood why the society had mobilized so many people. Right now, she even felt that this sort of protective measure was too conservative. Even if she guessed correctly and bumped into them, there was still some doubt as to what effect it would have. The communication between the two of them was already very straightforward. The final layer of paper was only because of their safety instincts. They didn't want to directly mention such a fearful and powerless target. The problem was that Luo Nan had diverted most of his attention to the ability user clone body halfway through. His train of thought simply couldn't keep up. He only felt that deep probe would do as soon as he got there. It was simple and fast, and there was no need to beat around the bush. Let's meet in advance. I think the source of the clues should still be in the square. When Cat Eyes heard this, she immediately put on a solemn expression. She solemnly raised her hand and declared, "Can I withdraw now?" He Wayne patiently explained, "We aren't sure how dangerous the plaza is. Preemptive detection might attract the other party's attention, which means preemptive contact. Isn't this the same as capturing the target? Then let the hundreds of thousands of people in the square explode into the sky. Ow. Luo Nan was stupefied for 2 seconds. He looked at He Yuan's expression and finally came to his senses. He didn't say anything for a time. The atmosphere in the room turned a bit silent. A few seconds later, He Yuan spoke softly. The vicinity of the plaza is under martial law. Low and high altitude traffic levels have been sealed. We will first take a car to the periphery, then we will transfer to an aircraft. We should be able to reach Shangding in 40 minutes. I will notify the relevant personnel to send the target clone body as soon as possible. If everything goes smoothly, you and President Ouyang will be able to research and exchange relevant topics tonight. Luo Nan still didn't say anything. He just nodded. The car is ready. Let's go. The group of people crowded around Luo Nan and headed for the backup elevator. Si Guisheng was standing guard over there. He was a bit surprised when he saw Luo Nan and the others come over. We still need to wait for around 3 minutes. He Yuan paused for a moment before nodding. Got it. Cat Eyes watched from the side. She felt that this was quite interesting. From He Yuan's perspective, this 3-minute delay could already be considered a mistake. Clearly, her forceful confrontation with Boss Luo had caused her mind to fluctuate a bit. Was it worth it? Everyone was waiting for the elevator. Luo Nan's head was lowered in a daze. It was unknown where his thoughts were going. There was still time. Cat Eyes thought for a moment and moved closer to He Yuan. She laughed lowly and said, "Serving a capricious boss is quite stressful." He Yuan glanced at her and actually admitted, "There's pressure." Cat Eyes chuckled. "I heard that you guys gave him a lesson before, but it seems like the results weren't that great. He still lacks the necessary general knowledge." He Yuan shook her head. "We can give Mr. Luo some general knowledge, but it's impossible for Mr. Luo to share his personal perspective with us. Once there's a conflict, it's very difficult for me to make an accurate judgment. I can only estimate based on the level of danger." "Hey, wake up!" Cat Eyes extended her hand to touch He Yuan's forehead. "Do you have a fever, or do you have the legendary Hidden M constitution? It's good enough that I didn't beat him up just now, but here you are criticizing yourself?" He Yuan's gaze flitted across Luo Nan's back. "You're an expert in the field of mental sensing. Don't. A certain someone is here. Don't hit my face." "All right, what's your all-encompassing sensing range?" "A radius of 70 meters. It seems like there's a breakthrough?" "Hey." It could be said that there was progress, and it was a sudden increase of 40%. But what made Cat Eyes speechless was that this progress was only obtained after she bowed to Luo Nan's feet and was influenced by the closed system. Fortunately, this was only a prelude to the topic of discussion. He Yuan continued in a low voice, "When people stand here, the line of sight of an ordinary person stops at the elevator door. I can see the circular corridor 30 meters away. You can see the outer walls of the building. And Mr. Luo can see the municipal plaza at least a kilometer away. Perhaps there are even more scenes of deep space that we are unable to understand. Do you agree?" "TCH, I agree." The deep space that He Yuan spoke of was another name for the abyss region and polar region on the mental plane. It was also called the deep sea. In any case, it had the same meaning. Cat Eyes was unable to refute this because she knew that He Yuan's assessment of the limits of Luo Nan's ability was still severely conservative. And speaking up to this point, she guessed most of He Yuan's words. Insight determines knowledge. We can't hope that the common sense of an eagle is similar to that of a fox and a rabbit. The common sense of a human and a god are completely different, and the latter is often correct. That's what you mean. Cat Eyes was unsure whether or not Luo Nan was paying attention to the conversation over here. She was also unsure whether or not He Yuan had already sensed the signs of abnormality between her and Luo Nan. but there were some words that she had to spit out. Perhaps God is indeed a head higher than us. Perhaps God is truly great and his wisdom is correct. But Secretary, common sense is different. How can knowledge be the same? Are you sure that God will always sit on our side? Are you sure that everyone will always be the same? At least we still have a mutual adaptation process. What do you think marriage is? Perhaps it would be more accurate to use marriage or experiments. Yuan's eyes were bright and penetrating. Her words were weak but clear. We live in the darkness. We only hate the fact that we cannot see far enough. So many experiments are needed. Many kinds of combinations are needed. Perhaps we will bump into a wall and crash into a mountain. Perhaps there will be evil creatures that go against ethics. But if luck descends, hope will always be born. Cat Eyes looked stupidly at Yuan for 2 seconds. She suddenly moved her body back to pull away some distance. Let's be frank. What religion do you believe in? Yuan laughed involuntarily. It was at this time that Luo Nan suddenly spoke. Can I watch a recording of the fight? Luo Nan's bouncing target and his clear and bizarre train of thought were brimming with Luo Nan's personal style. But Yuan actually understood. Are you talking about the ability to use her clone body? You can, but the recording time is very short. The opponent seems to have no desire to continue fighting. Yuan operated a bit as she spoke and shared a video in the mission window. It was just as she said. After the interrogation of the target failed miserably, the members of the society, who were actually Luo Nan's security team, charged into the interrogation room. But the target only made 2 moves for a brief moment. It was mostly to confirm that Yuan's words were clear. He gave up resisting and allowed the security team to subdue him. Then he entered the soul detachment state. He was a very dedicated messenger. Or perhaps it could be said that he was purely a tool to convey messages. The 2 sides exchanged blows for a bit more than a second at most. But the moment they exchanged blows, the explosion of air and the glass of the tables and chairs that were innocently destroyed showed that this ability user had a body quality and reaction ability that was above the level of a clone body. Luo Nan still did not give up on probing. He just made some slight adaptations. He set this 1 or 2 second video to play on a loop. He tried to find the pattern of the flow and focus of vital energy from within, and then he pushed it back. Jim Master Shio's curriculum was extremely targeted, and Xue Lei put in a lot of effort to make the sparring matches infinitely close to the level of actual combat. This helped Luo Nan quickly accumulate experience and insight, and he just so happened to learn the stance of an ability user's clone body in an instant. Jim Master Shio and Xue Lei focused on the stance of attack and defense. They talked about many different moves and the corresponding key points. But perhaps it would be better to be a bit more professional. Do you have the information on the 2 people fighting the target? Something like the body technique school. Cat Eyes was curious. You really can see something? Oh, Cat Eyes rolled her eyes at Luo Nan's OS. Yuan did her duty scrupulously. She immediately dug out the relevant information on the 2 security personnel. She paid close attention to Luo Nan's security team. She left nothing out. Luo Nan glanced at her. Can I share this with others? I want to ask Leister for some reference. Yuan muttered to herself for a moment and said, You can, but don't tell him the specifics of the situation here. Luo Nan didn't say anything further after getting permission. He called Xue Lei and sent him the relevant information. He asked for a professional opinion. Xue Lei responded with lightning speed. Our human whip hand grabs and grabs with an internal retraction force. However, this force was scattered. In order to avoid injury, the force leaked out, resulting in a sonic boom. The airflow was also swirling. The opponent's strength is firm and fierce. The explosive force is astonishing, and there's a bit of an internal refinement technique. It's not pure muscle flow, right? Yes. There should be energy circulation, storage, and a concentrated explosion. It's like what we call the Chuan Martial Arts Academy's internal breath. Or perhaps the format of fire? Xue Lei was able to speak of the format of fire. This proved that Xue Lei was constantly adapting to the inner world. Luo Nan laughed. His attention flashed back to the clone body 10 kilometers away. Whether it was internal breath or the format of fire, they were both profound techniques. A deep foundation was needed to utilize them. If this was truly the case, then the corresponding muscles and joints and the direction of vitality should have an inertial strengthening. Yes, his judgment was correct. Luo Nen mobilized his soul strength and was barely able to probe this level. This was thanks to the fact that the target was in a detached soul state. It was just an empty fleshly shell. It didn't cause any interference to Luo Nan. If it were anyone else, even if it were a normal person who was sleeping soundly or unconscious, the difficulty would have increased by a level. However, Luo Nen encountered a true hurdle next. If he wanted to trace the source of supernatural power, he couldn't just look at the muscles and joints. He needed to trace it back to the level of the nervous system. He needed to examine the thickness of the myelin sheath of the relevant nerve pathways, the corresponding chemical substances, and the form of electrical signal transmission. All of these details were for the sake of peeking at the efficiency and form of this person's internal energy programming. The so-called internal energy programming was something Luo Nan had comprehended from the burner simulator, the format of fire. The name was also something he came up with himself. The researchers of the archetype format created the special form of energy known as the format of fire. It was known to be a method that far exceeded the combustion efficiency of ordinary people. It mobilized the potential of the human body and embodied the direction of human evolution. Combined with their theory, the human body was considered hardware. Its functions were roughly integrated functional modules. Cultivators needed to build the most efficient operating system upon this foundation. They wanted to achieve the effect of using simplicity to control complexity, using the limited to control the infinite. Regardless of the emotions in his heart, the description of the fleshly body's abilities was extremely accurate from a theoretical perspective. Luo Nan's current train of thought was to start with the human body's blood vessels, fibers, nerves, and other basic hardware. He wanted to probe their integrated laws and train of thought to see whether or not he could lock onto the source mechanism of supernatural power. Only supernatural power could bestow supernatural power. Whether or not these words were correct didn't matter. If Luo Nan truly probed to this level, the other party would have to reveal some clues. His thoughts were quite clear. He had indeed relied on his professional insight to find a few threads of thought. He was able to deduce a few possibilities. But when the mental scan revealed the truth, the limitations of being unable to sense and being able to control things from a distance were undoubtedly exposed. He couldn't get in. He just couldn't get in. The small amount of soul strength he sent through the living starry sky was greatly affected by a few carriers. After all, there weren't any believers there. There weren't any stable and unobstructed transmission channels. He also needed to control the interference level, grasp the probing precision, and especially avoid harming the carriers. Several restrictive conditions piled together. The amount of power he could truly mobilize wasn't even 1,000th of his normal level. Whether it was precision, accuracy, or penetrative force, they were far from reaching the applicable standards. Moreover, they were greatly affected by the environment, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that a few related people were coming and going was enough to make his efforts collapse. Luo Nan was a bit irritated after several fruitless attempts. He fiercely smacked the side panel of the elevator, and an empty sound rang out. His soul strength also smashed down to vent on the probing target. Everyone in the elevator gave him sidelong glances. Luo Nan didn't pay any attention to them. He just felt even more depressed. He could hear the echo when he smashed the wall. He knew whether it was empty or full. But when his soul strength smashed over, Huh. Luo Nan's movements froze. 10 kilometers away, in the public security center of the municipal plaza, the ability user clone body, shackled to a chair, remained motionless. The nearby monitoring personnel didn't sense any abnormalities. However, Luo Nan could faintly sense that when his soul strength smashed over in a venting manner, the target should have received some external stimulation. There was some feedback, and it appeared in the living starry sky. Oh, it wasn't the target himself. There was no mental activity over there. What truly responded was the surrounding environment. Luo Nan's venting smashing attack did not control the range well. Not only did it smash onto the clone body, but it also affected the surrounding people. Fortunately, it was used for penetrative probing. It had no destructive power, but this kind of smashing attack was like throwing a stone into an abyss. An echo came from far away, reflecting the situation at the bottom. There was a circle of people inside and out, and in the middle was a living dead. It was impossible for the living starry sky to directly map the life sketches of the living dead. But when Luo Nan's soul strength swept over, the interference mode he specially set up to observe the internal energy programming of the living dead reacted with the target and the surrounding normal people. The target's strengthened muscles, joints, nerves. These superficial fragments of information, under the unification of the fleshly combat theory, inadvertently formed a certain aspect of the internal energy programming. Even though it was just scraps and a claw, even though it was weak beyond comparison, it still revealed its unique characteristics. But this alone wasn't enough. The key lay in the fact that the interference probe mode Luo Nan set up was targeted at the living dead. It was targeted at the empty shell of a fleshly body that didn't possess self-awareness, powerful bodily functions, and astonishing explosive power. Any normal person would naturally radiate life, psionic pressure, and the probing waves would be completely obliterated into nothingness. One was raised, and the other was suppressed. The outward appearance was a clear difference between the peaks and troughs of the waves. It formed a unique echo that only Luo Nan could hear. If this was the case, Luo Nan's inspiration was suddenly stimulated. He didn't hesitate at all. He went to do it. Incorporeal ripples undulated in the living starry sky. It was as if Luo Nan had transformed into an enormous bat at this moment. He emitted a special sound wave, and it spread to all the regions covered by the living starry sky. He had done similar things before, but he had limited the range and made directional probing attacks. But now he had transformed his soul strength into a special wave to cover the entire living starry sky. He had taken the initiative to probe millions of people. His impression of this was unprecedented. He had never even thought about it before. If Luo Nan's control was a bit careless, if he messed up the interference mode, if the level of his power was off, and if the probing waves were not dissolved in time, he would attack millions of people at the same time. He would become public enemy number one. This was no joke. Fortunately, Luo Nan was used to operating on the mental plane. The buffer zone was large, and his control was sufficient. Nothing unexpected happened when the wave of probing went down. The vast majority of people passed by in a daze. They were completely unaware that a deranged young man had greeted them at the same time and received a special response. At this moment, Luo Nan could probably say that it was as if he had the help of the gods. The method he used in the living starry sky was controlled to near perfection under the burning state of his inspiration. Even He Wayne, who was close at hand, didn't detect it. Only Cat Eyes, who was within the system, had a slight reaction. But she didn't quite understand what Luo Nan had done. She just faintly felt that her boss seemed to have done something extremely subversive. Her heart throbbed a bit. She really was a bit scared. After all, Luo Nan's performance a few dozen seconds ago was quite irritable. For this reason, she used the channels within the system to privately inquire, "What the hell are you doing?" Luo Nan didn't respond. The difference between transcendental observation and active contact with the same target was far greater than the difference between passive radar and active radar. and a considerable portion of the information belonged to the type of absolute reaction. He was unable to precisely control it. Waves of echoes came surging back. An enormous amount of information quickly filled all of his perceptual channels. The large machine of his self-system had to operate at full capacity to digest and identify the information. Now every believer, including Cat Eyes, felt more or less pressured. It was only because of the difference in cultivation and knowledge that there was a difference. Cat Eyes turned slightly pale. Luo Nen couldn't care about anything else. He used all of his mental energy to identify the information. He searched for the unique voice print amidst the large amount of disturbing noise. He gradually determined its number, location, and level. Ding! The backup elevator arrived. The elevator door opened, but it was empty inside. Si Guisheng, who was in front of the control panel, reached out and pressed the button to open the door. He cast his gaze toward Luo Nan. In reality, the gazes of everyone in the elevator were focused on Luo Nan's body. If this core character didn't move, then no matter how the others moved, it would be meaningless. Luo Nan's sudden eruption of irritable emotions made everyone confused and even more helpless. 2 seconds passed, and Luo Nan still didn't move. He still had one hand on the wall, and his head was lowered. It looked like he was thinking, but it also looked like he was continuing to be angry with himself. Yuan thought for a bit and took a step forward. She said softly, "Mr. Luo, we're going to—" "Wait a moment." Luo Nan interrupted Yuan's words. He continued to support himself against the wall with his head lowered. His breathing was a bit hurried. Not long after his voice fell, the crisp sound of a high heel hitting the ground came from far away. There were other footsteps mixed within. Then someone laughed and said, "Sister G, our luck is pretty good. We made it in time." The 2 people pushed open the wooden door to the safety passageway as they spoke and walked into the elevator. One of them was a young man wearing a suit and leather shoes, but he carried 2 large bags. The other was a long-haired beauty. Her hands were empty. She was dressed casually, but her makeup was exquisite. Right now she was holding her beautiful hair, slightly coiling it. It seemed that she had come out in a hurry and wanted to do a simple hairstyle. The young man was startled when he saw the people in the elevator. He nodded in a very friendly manner. There was a nameplate on his chest. Clearly, he was a staff member of Mingtang culture. As for the long-haired woman in the back, she inadvertently swept her gaze around when she was fiddling with her hair. She saw the faces of the people on this side clearly. It was as if she had been electrocuted. Her back straightened and her body froze on the spot. There was another sound from the door behind them. Manager Sha popped out from who knows where. She probably felt that Luo Nan and the others wouldn't ride the elevator with other people. She displayed her intense desire and shouted, "Ji Cheong, you guys wait." The long-haired beauty, Ji Cheong, suddenly woke up with a start. She turned around in the first instant. However, she turned too quickly, and the heels on her feet were too high. She nearly tripped and fell. She supported herself against the wooden door of the safety passageway before she could stand firm. She cut a bit of a sorry figure, and her voice trembled. "Okay, Manager Sha, it's fine. It's fine." At the elevator entrance, Luo Nan finally caught his breath. He straightened his body and tidied his clothes a bit. He turned to Yuan and said, "Sister Yuan, why don't we all go together? Don't make us wait in vain." Yuan looked back. She thought for a bit before responding. Chapter 477. Luo Nan's words were effective in most situations, especially with the amplification effect of Manager Sha. A few seconds later, everyone had entered the elevator. However, as the elevator doors closed, the atmosphere in the enclosed car tilted towards awkwardness at a visible speed. The one with the most abnormal behavior was Ji Cheong. As a C-list celebrity with a bit of fame in the company, she was quite familiar with Director Sha. With the advantage of being a woman, she was good at dealing with people. However, after entering the elevator, she stopped fiddling with her hair. She let the thick curtain of hair fall down and cover half of her face. She stood in the corner on the right front of the elevator car, looking down at the metal wall. Her body was tense, making one suspect that once the elevator door opened, she would immediately rush out and get as far away from some people in the elevator as possible. Supervisor Shah knew that there was a problem, but he knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Therefore, he just played dumb and kept his mouth shut. Fortunately, Luo Nan had no intention of opening his mouth. He stood in the rear left corner of the sedan. He, Wayne, and Cat Eyes were at his side, while Gao Da and Si Guisheng formed a simple human wall in front of him. They separated him from the other people in the elevator. Because it was an exclusive elevator, it didn't stop at the middle floor and soon reached the exclusive passage at the bottom floor. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Ji Cheong was indeed the first to exit the elevator. She walked forward with her head down. However, even if Luo Nan and the others wanted to go to the underground parking lot, they still needed to travel with her in this half-sealed passageway. Supervisor Shah was rather dissatisfied with Ji Cheong's performance. Even if she was afraid, who was she trying to make it so obvious? He was worried that Luo Nan would be dissatisfied, so he pretended to reprimand the staff member next to him. He supported Luo Nan and said, "Little you, your time management is far too amateurish. She's so anxious. What was she doing earlier?" The employee with the surname, you didn't say much. He just laughed and blocked the elevator sensors with Manager Shah, inviting Luo Nan's group to go first. After exiting the elevator, Wayne ordered God and Si Guisheng, "Go start the cars, 2 of them." As she spoke, she tossed out 2 small access keys. God and Si Guisheng caught them firmly. They looked at each other and left quickly without saying anything. The 2 burly men walked like the wind and quickly overtook Ji Cheong. Ji Cheong was startled. She walked too quickly and sprained her ankle. She hurriedly held onto the side wall of the tunnel and finally slowed down. Luo Nan remained silent in the elevator for a few dozen seconds. It was as if his mind had wandered off to another world. He had no reaction to the little details that happened before his eyes. He followed Wayne and Cat Eyes as they walked forward. However, just as he walked 20 meters away, he stopped without warning. Cat Eyes turned her head. "What's wrong?" "I forgot something." Cat Eyes snorted. "You're so forgetful." "Don't bother with small toys." "The flowstone kit I bought for my sister. I left it at room 5621. I haven't touched it." Cat Eyes whistled. "Tycoon, but I think my share is pretty good. It's worth it." Manager Shah came over just in time. It's fine. Little you can make another trip. It's not a big deal anyway." Xiaoyu was obviously taken aback. Luo Nan's gaze swept over. He shook his head and said, "No need to trouble yourself. It's not a big deal. The elevator hasn't even gone up yet." Manager Shah maintained a fawning smile on his face, but he was already quite unhappy with Xiaoyu's hesitation. Youngsters these days can't even keep their eyes peeled. How can they get a promotion and pay raise in the future? Xiaoyu faced Manager Shah's icy gaze, and he finally understood the social truth that an arm cannot twist a thigh. He revealed a smile and said, "I'll be right back." Then he hurried to the elevator 20 meters away. He was still carrying 2 large bags on his back, but there was no one here to help him. Manager Shah hated that he couldn't bring out a chair and invite Luo Nan to sit down and rest. His smile grew even more brilliant. "Just wait a moment, sir." Ji Cheong rubbed her ankle before he could finish speaking. She whispered, "Xiaoyu, leave my bag behind." Xiaoyu instinctively went, "Oh." He walked back and handed one of the bags to Ji Cheong. Only then did he leave under Manager Shah's cold gaze. Ji Cheong couldn't care less about Manager Shah's thoughts. She spoke softly, "It's almost time for the rehearsal. I'll go backstage first." Manager Shah's gaze swept between her and Luo Nan's body. It was better to have less trouble than less trouble, so he responded, "Fine. Don't be in too much of a hurry. It wouldn't be good if you get hurt and delay the performance." Ji Cheong let out a breath of relief after obtaining Manager Shaw's permission. She was just about to turn around and leave when a voice suddenly rang out by her ear. It was extremely close. "I want to ask you about something." Ji Cheong jumped in fright. She turned around in fright, her hair flying up and sweeping across Luo Nan's face. The eyes of the other person narrowed, and they fell into Ji Cheong's eyes. She only felt that the glow in those eyes was growing more and more treacherous. She reflexively lowered her head to avoid the gaze. She said, "I'm sorry," but she didn't receive a response from Luo Nan. She raised her head again, and she saw the young man in front of her staring fixedly at her. What in the world does this person mean? Ji Cheong was a bit flustered, but there was still a bit of restlessness in the depths of her heart. In this short period of time, her secret relationship with Hidong Lu had been exposed by this young man and a few others. She still remembered Hidong Lu's helpless appearance after he left the house in disappointment. There was no doubt that this 16 or 17-year-old, so-called Boss Luo, had an extremely high status. It was so high that even Hidong Lu, this super-rich young master, had to be fearful of him. Of course, she felt restless from the bottom of her heart to be targeted by such a character. But if the reason for his extraordinary attention was because he fancied her beauty, then it would be a better result. It didn't matter whether she was caught in the act or not. In any case, as long as he wanted to make a move, she wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. If she could develop such a young and high-status client, then it would be a blessing in disguise. However, she thought about it further. The well-known dance instructor of the city, Cat Eyes, had a deep relationship with this person. And there was also that Sister Yuan, whose words carried a lot of weight. She wasn't inferior to Ji Cheong in terms of appearance and figure. It couldn't be that this young man was a little mischievous. He was experienced in this path, seeking excitement, and liked this sort of style. While she was letting her imagination run wild, Luo Nen extended his hand without any warning. He pulled a strand of hair from her shoulder and twirled it between his fingers. Ji Cheong was stupefied on the spot. Even though she was naturally bold and unrestrained, she couldn't help blushing in this kind of situation. And the cold and clear gazes of the two people of the same gender made her heart palpitate with guilt. However, what made her restless the most was still Luo Nan's eyes. With her hair pulled, she was forced to look at Luo Nan face to face at a close distance. She saw that this young man was probably wearing contact lenses. The excessively bright reflections covered most of the information, but she couldn't see the lust and greed that she was most familiar with. The corresponding expression and gaze were like that of a child playing with a new toy, revealing a feeling of curiosity and satisfaction, like, "So it's like this." Ji Cheong had never seen this type of person before, but she had heard of him. He was simply a type of pervert who didn't treat people as people. He was someone who could torment people to the extreme. If he was someone like that, she would hide as far away as she could. "Teacher Ji." Luo Nen opened his mouth once more. Ji Cheong shuddered. She really couldn't bear such an overly polite and lofty form of address. "You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it." Luo Nen didn't care about Ji Cheong's reaction. From his perspective, the educational video he watched in the morning had gone through several hours of filtering. The deepest impression left behind was actually Ji Cheong's long hair, which was like thick smoke. After taking the opportunity to touch it and play with it, it could also be considered a wish. He went straight to the point. "There's something very important that I want to ask you. This is a private matter, but I hope you can understand." The more polite Luo Nan was, the more worried Ji Cheong became. She looked at Manager Shaw for help. The latter was also confused, but no matter what, he did not dare to offend Boss Luo. He could only pretend not to see, and clumsily turned his head away. A strand of Ji Cheong's hair was still in his grasp. There was nowhere to hide. Luo Nan probed a few times, but Luo Nan still wouldn't let go. He could only respond helplessly, "Boss Luo, you've said your goodbyes." She had already prepared herself to be embarrassed. But no matter how much she maintained her mental defenses, the words that came out of Luo Nan's mouth still stupefied her in the first instant. "How many women have you had sex with recently? Who are they?" Ji Cheong was tongue-tied. Her face turned from red to white, then from white to red. Her head was filled with the dizziness brought about by the blood rushing to her head. Something was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't force it out no matter how hard she tried. Seeing this, Luo Nan expressed his understanding. "I'm sorry. My question was too broad. Tell me, how long have you been in a relationship with Lon Lin? What about He Donglu?" "Oh, I know that you had sex with Lon Lin in room 5627 this morning, and your relationship with He Donglu was broken off. But before today, did the two of you have any contact? Do you have any understanding of Lon Lin's relationships inside and outside the company? Can you name a few of them? It would be best if they were within the circle." "Are you crazy?" 5 or 6 questions came smashing over like a barrage of cannons, directly smashing Ji Cheong's mental defenses. She suddenly moved back, not caring about the strands of hair that were torn. The pain made her lose her composure. Emotions of fear and shame rushed to her head. Her brain heated up, and she fiercely slapped Luo Nan. Luo Nan's fingers, which had been fiddling with his hair a moment ago, firmly grabbed Ji Cheong's wrist before her slap could reach his face. Compared to the slap, Luo Nan didn't use much strength, but the corresponding symbol of restraint and control gave Ji Cheong an excessive psychological impact. Ji Cheong recovered a bit of her ability to think at this time, but the little bit of resources she had was invaded by fear and humiliation. Right now, Luo Nan's side was calm and callous. Manager Sha's face was stiff. Even Xiaoyu, who was in front of the elevator, turned his head to look back. 5 pairs of eyes stared directly at Ji Cheong. It was as if the bright and beautiful clothes that Ji Cheong was used to were stripped bare in an instant. The face and dignity attached to it were torn to the ground, and then they were ruthlessly trampled on. Ji Cheong's legs went soft. She could no longer stand, but she subconsciously struggled to save herself. She faced Manager Sha, who she was most familiar with, and screamed, "He's talking nonsense! He's talking nonsense! Hurry up and call for help! Manager Sha, hurry up and save me!" No matter how much Ji Cheong struggled, Luo Nan's hand remained extremely steady. There was no difference between his hair and his wrist. Luo Nan tried to reason with Ji Cheong, who was excited to the point of insanity. "I know that I wasn't very polite just now, but this information cannot be hidden. Otherwise, it will cause a disaster." Ji Cheong didn't care about a disaster. Right now, she was 100% disaster. She struggled and cried, and her volume was 10 streets louder than Luo Nan's. Luo Nan frowned. Cat Eyes coughed and reminded him, "You can ask in a more private place." Luo Nan shook his head. "The answer must be made public. Let others hear it." Luo Nan's gaze shifted as he spoke. The elevator door 20 meters away had already opened. Little Yu, who should be running errands, did not go in. Instead, he jogged back. "Hey, you guys are going too far." Little Yu, even though Manager Sha approved of Luo Nan's actions 100% in his heart, he was worried that the situation would get out of control and cause an even worse accident. Therefore, he shouted at Luo Nan to stop. Little Yu didn't pay attention to him at all. He ran faster and faster. Luo Nan gazed at this young man who was filled with righteous indignation. He suddenly spoke, "Go back. Everyone mind their own business." Little Yu continued to speed up. "Are you taking care of others when you do this?" Bang! The special gun barrel produced electric currents and sound disturbances. The metal bullet was accelerated by electromagnetism before it shot out. It pierced straight through Little Yu's shoulder and flesh and blood splattered violently in an instant. Little Yu suddenly staggered and leaned to the side. He half knelt on the ground, groaning miserably. "Oh no!" Manager Sha cried out in alarm. His volume was not much lower than Ji Cheong's. Half a second later, Manager Sha's screams and his thoughts were both interrupted. He did not understand at all why the situation had suddenly turned out like this. Luo Nan grabbed the stupefied Ji Cheong with one hand while his other hand maintained a firing stance. The electromagnetic gun's muzzle moved down slightly. This time, he locked onto the vital point of Little Yu's back. He Wayne stepped forward without a sound. She used her shoulder to block the muzzle and her figure. She spoke softly. "Get back." At the same time she spoke, Little Yu's low groan came from 10 meters away. His syllables gradually turned clearer. "You're really going too far. Good genes and bad genes are handled by different groups. They're arranged well. But to run into an unreasonable target like you is really bothersome." Though Luo Nan's line of sight was blocked, his senses on the mental plane were more intuitive than his eyes to a certain degree. He listened to the strange sound coming from not too far away. He searched for deeper veins in the surroundings and spoke in passing. "Am I good or bad?" "Then you really are asking the wrong person. I'm afraid my answer isn't objective." Before his voice faded away, He Wayne suddenly charged forward from above the long corridor. Luo Nan instantly expanded his field of vision, but he still could not see Little Yu's figure. This was because he and He Wayne had collided together in the first instant. It was unknown when, but a cold light flashed in He Wayne's hand. A sharp blade tore through the air, but it did not hit its target. Instead, the shockwave of sonic boom that followed caused the corridor to distort. The shockwave was far too fierce. The density of the air was seriously out of balance. He Wayne and Little Yu entered a state of close combat. Back at Frost River Reality, He Wayne had used the move kill in 10 steps to instantly kill an Ablatum Knight of the Order of Justice, Ghost Thunder's Arclight Blade. Unexpectedly, it was completely useless. After 4 consecutive collisions, the sonic boom grew higher and higher. In the end, it turned into a distorted and strange sonic boom that scraped against one's eardrums in pain. Manager Sha and Ji Cheong fell limply to the ground. They did not even make it through the first wave of impact. It was as if a heavy fist had bombarded their ears. "Hurry up and leave." Cat Eyes pulled Luo Nan to retreat. His opponent's fleshly side ability was at least B rank. The aftermath of the impact possessed sufficient lethality. It was best for them, the mental side, to put some distance between them. Luo Nan did not move. He shook his head and said, "It's over for now." He Wayne returned to Luo Nan's side as soon as she finished speaking. She withdrew her arc-light blade, but her drooping hands were trembling slightly. Chapter 478. The shock waves of several consecutive head-on collisions had caused serious damage to this exclusive underground passageway. The concrete walls were covered in cracks. The majority of the lighting in the 40-meter area had been destroyed during the battle. The remaining ones quickly experienced short circuits and other malfunctions. The backup elevator also seemed to have a problem. The metal door of the car was jammed due to the deformation of the wall. After a few banging noises, a sharp electronic alarm rang out. It connected with the alarm bells that had been ringing inside the building for a long time. It was noisy to the point of annoyance. The lights in the car were still usable. They were projected from 20 meters away, barely saving the brightness of the long corridor. He Wayne relied on the severely weakened glimmer to lock onto the ruined body that could hardly be called a human. She swept her gaze around to confirm whether or not the target had the ability to rise again. Behind her, Luo Nan wanted to circle around to take a look, but she stopped him. On the other side, Cat Eyes scratched her chin and made an assessment. "So this is the clone body of a rapid catalysis type ability user? If we calculate the explosive power, its peak combat strength is slightly stronger than B rank, but it only has the strength of 4 strikes. In reality, it should be B rank. Even so, it's quite dangerous. At the very least, I would be dead in close combat. He shook her head slightly. It has the strength of at least 6 to 7 strikes. But Mr. Luo's first shot destroyed the joints of its shoulder, and I used the format of fire to intentionally increase its explosive power during the fight. I destroyed the activity of its tissues and cells, causing the collapse of its body structure ahead of time. That's why I was able to have this kind of effect. You can't underestimate its self-control and self-defense capabilities. Even though it has certain flaws, it isn't specialized in the fleshly side. It's best not to have this kind of idea. He added relevant records as they conversed. She placed them in the mission channel and shared them with all the operation members. Cat Eye saw how serious she was, so she asked, "Then what about us long-range occupations?" Increase the instantaneous destructive power, especially the joints and the key muscle groups that support the fight. They should be the targets of the first wave of attacks. Of course, the most important thing is to pull away. It doesn't sound too difficult. How's its combat awareness? He-Wayne was silent for a moment before responding. It's similar to an unmanned drone. Artificial intelligence or long-range control. He-Wayne raised her head to look at her. Cat Eyes shrugged. Fine. Pretend I never asked. Luo Nen never spoke while He-Wayne and Cat Eyes were conversing. Though He-Wayne had stopped him from approaching, he was still able to use his naked eyes, mental senses, and many other methods to observe the pile of rotten flesh before him. From his point of view, Cat Eyes had indeed asked a foolish question. To be able to confront a powerhouse like He-Wayne head-on, and under the pressure of her clumsy but skillful means, he was able to accurately judge and intercept the most lethal arc light blades many times, causing them to return in vain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he wasn't at a disadvantage. There was probably no artificial intelligence that could do this. However, it was not necessarily the case that the controller was focused and going all out. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Luo Nen truly paid attention to the various traces that flowed past on the mental plane. The operation of the living starry sky and the distortion of the mental curtain were not spared even the slightest change. He had always believed that the person who could make the clone body's empty shell work must be a controller from a certain direction. The facts proved his conjecture. Though the traces were weak and the signs were minuscule, Luo Nan was still able to find a fine transmission path within the dense and complex mental curtain. Though the soul strength transmitted by the opponent wasn't enough to blow even the slightest breeze, it was enough to sense and transmit information. During the process of He-Wayne and the clone body fighting, this information transmission path didn't show any traces of increasing bandwidth or load. It was so stable that it made one's heart palpitate. Luo Nen was unable or unwilling. He chose the latter. This was because the origin of this mental curtain came from the polar domain. Boss, your dog nose is quite sharp. After Cat Eyes finished conversing with He-Wayne, she slapped Luo Nan's shoulder with force and praised him. It was Luo Nan who gave them a warning after they entered the elevator on the 56th floor. The series of words and actions that followed were all to probe the clone body's reaction and further clarify its target. Though they had yet to capture any direct evidence, they were 100% clear on the opponent's scheme. However, the plethora of coincidences in and of themselves was a powerful proof. So, it turns out that the gene exchange not only deals in high-end business, but it also deals in garbage disposal. Cat Eyes turned her gaze back to the two ordinary people. Their lives weren't in danger from the wave of impact just now, but their minds were muddled. Perhaps they would suffer from brain concussions or other sequelae. There's no need to cater to other people's definitions. He-Wayne confirmed that the clone body couldn't rise again, so she notified the logistics personnel to come over and deal with the aftermath. She turned her attention back to Luo Nan. The clue Mr. Luo found is extremely valuable. Even without direct evidence, It can be seen that the gene exchange maintains a high level of attention towards the current situation of the mutation infection in Xiao City. She paused for a moment and said, "If Mr. Luo hadn't come to the plaza today and made a new discovery, the opponent's progress would have been above Trigate securities." Cat Eyes agreed with this judgment. "This little you really is a person. It's just that he's been replaced by a clone body. Have you figured out the replacement node yet?" "Not yet." "Mr. Luo?" He Yuan felt that Luo Nen had been silent for a bit too long, so she deliberately greeted him. Cat Eyes simply hooked onto Luo Nan's arm. She laughed and said, "Boss, if this really has something to do with your outsourcing business, then Her Majesty Empress Wu, or Trigate Security, clearly found the wrong contractor. There must have been no public bidding, right? But how do you know that he's a clone body? It seems that, aside from laboratory testing, there aren't any effective methods of distinguishing him." By listening to the sound to determine his position, Luo Nan responded with a low and hoarse voice. "Bullshit. That's the truth." Luo Nan had no interest in bickering with Cat Eyes. Right now he appeared to be carefree and relaxed, but he was actually quite exhausted. On one hand, he had to monitor the sound source of the clone body coming from the entire plaza. On the other hand, he had to lock onto the mysterious information channel coming from the polar domain. On the other hand, he had to make a timely response to the plane of reality. Doing 3 things at once made him quite exhausted. But then again, the 2 useless words he exchanged with Cat Eyes gave him another inspiration. Since a certain person was so idle, he might as well give her a bit of work. She was unable to monitor the polar domain, and there was no need to make an immediate response to the scene. But as long as the corresponding details and characteristics were clear, she could share the relevant information and act as a monitor. Cat Eyes felt quite bad being covered by his gaze. Luo Nen felt even worse. The fine strand of soul strength was still lingering in the surroundings. It remained in a weak region from beginning to end. It wasn't like President Ouyang's warping of space and time, nor was it like Her Majesty Empress Wu's earth-shattering power. However, maintaining close monitoring of it was an extremely exhausting matter. Luo Nen originally had a wraith sign under his command that specialized in this sort of work. But now that the Darksider species had been sent into the cloud world, and it had even been forcefully planted into the body of a mushed-mouth ape, it showed signs of growth and evolution. Luo Nan was unable to call it out no matter how hard he tried. He had no choice but to personally go into battle. He continued to pour resources, and the consumption of his mental strength grew greater and greater. The only thing that could be considered gratifying was that Luo Nan's pure observation mode had made new contributions. Though he had locked onto the opponent didn't have a reciprocal response. The opponent didn't hide too much. And so Luo Nan slowly came to a realization. The core of the strand of soul strength that came from the polar domain wasn't He Yuan. It wasn't Cat Eyes. It wasn't even Luo Nan himself. As for Ji Qiong, Manager Sha, and the pile of clones that were like rotten meat, none of them were. Its target, Cat Eyes, was a bit impatient from waiting in the dark and noisy hallway. The logistics really took a long time. How about we retreat first? I feel that asking about the romantic history of that long-haired beauty will help boost our spirits and clear our thoughts. Of course, if there's someone who can hear the location and determine the location of all the clones in the municipal plaza, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Luo Nen was quite capable, but the focus of his attention was no longer on that. Cat Eyes withdrew her hand from the crook of his arm at this time. She went to pick up the unconscious Ji Qiong and Manager Sha. She had the self-awareness of being Luo Nan's assistant. He Yuan didn't raise any objections. After all, guaranteeing Luo Nan's safety was the #1 priority. If little Yu had really listened and gone upstairs during the fight just now, then no matter how suspicious they were, they wouldn't have taken the risk to make a move. He Yuan arranged a few more details to the logistics team, then indicated to Luo Nan to move. Luo Nan went, "Oh!" and slowly began to move. But He Wayne patted his upper arm just as he took a step forward. "Mr. Luo, the gun." "Oh, I forgot." Luo Nan was still holding a one-shot electromagnetic handgun in his hand. The safety was still on right now. He smiled at He Wayne, turned off the safety, and stuffed the gun back into its holster. He Wayne spoke softly. "That shot was very stable. But if you can't confirm the threat level of the target in the first instant, then the restraining effect on the leg is better. It's also fine on the lower abdomen, which can cause sufficient damage. At the same time, if there's a misjudgment, the current medical conditions can save the situation." She paused a bit after speaking to this point, but within 10 meters, a direct hit to the head or chest isn't a problem. "Secretary, does your family's boss run an assassin company? Speaking of which, is there anyone who can help?" Luo Nan raised his hand. "Give me one. Sister Yuan needs to react in time in case something unexpected happens. Don't jinx it. Seeing that you're the boss, I'll give you the long-haired beauty. We can pretend that we didn't see you taking advantage of us." Luo Nan didn't respond to this kind of vulgar joke. He walked over and took Ji Cheong. With his current physique, holding 100 kilograms in one hand was no problem at all. Ji Cheong was still unconscious. Her long hair spilled down, covering half of her charming face. She was delicate and charming. Luo Nan's gaze swept past without pausing. Instead, his gaze paused on the bag by Ji Cheong's feet. "What about their luggage?" "TSK. It's nothing more than cosmetics, performance clothes, and the like. If you're really that kind-hearted, then don't torment her. Are you still hoping for her to go on stage and sing in her current state? Let the logistics pack up." He Wayne stopped the meaningless discussion and indicated for Luo Nan and Cat Eyes to speed up. The three followed the long corridor for another 100 steps before entering the safety passageway. They left the messy battlefield behind them. There wasn't a single person on the long corridor for now. The alarm bell was still ringing, but the lighting of the elevator at the end finally welcomed the fate of short-circuiting. The darkness grew a bit thicker. A sizzling sound seeped out from the ink-like darkness, but it was soon drowned out by the clamor of the alarm bell. But there was a massive shadow on the ground that wasn't affected at all. It grew from small to large and continued to expand. Soon, it broke through the thin outer layer of bindings and was completely exposed to the air. Then it slid along the ground and directly collided with a wall. After a slight pause, the expanding shadow continued to slide. It was perpendicular to the ground and climbed up along the wall. Buzz. Boom. The powerful sound of electricity, the sound of metal bullets piercing through the air, and the sound of flesh piercing rang out. It was as if the expanding shadow had been struck by lightning. Its body, which had already begun to take shape, instinctively contracted violently with the location of the bullet as the core. And at this time, the sound of piercing through the air rang out from the other end of the long corridor. Someone used their powerful arm strength to throw a specially made flare over here. The powerful light tore apart the dark curtain of the long corridor, completely exposing the scene beneath the curtain of darkness. Fine details were revealed. On the floor of the long corridor was the backpack that Xiaoyu had carried during the fierce battle. The backpack had been flung away before the fierce battle, but it had already burst open. The junk inside was scattered all over the ground, and there were even specks of mucus on the surface. And above the backpack, a lump of deformed flesh was stuck to the wall. The outer layer of mucus was wrapped in a layer of mucus. This was the source of the mucus on the backpack. It was hard to find a reference object to describe its ugly appearance, not to mention that it was currently twitching violently. It looked to be in extreme pain. Luo Nan, He Wayne, and Cat Eyes walked out from the entrance of the safety passageway. They looked at the strange scene in the distance under the interweaving of powerful light and shadows. Cat Eyes was very astonished. The format of fire can enchant bullets. It was very clear that she had gone off topic. He Yuan's brows were locked tight. She held the electromagnetic handgun in her hand. The gun was Luo Nan's, but she was the one who had fired the gun. The effect looked decent, but it was of no help in explaining the current situation. Luo Nan squinted his eyes and carefully observed the ugly lump of flesh in the distance. His observation strength was quite strong on the mental plane. He even borrowed the Society's database to search, but he was still unable to find the origin of this thing. He was also unable to figure out what it was used for. Right now, the flesh on the wall seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Its body was clearly shriveled, and viscous fluids flowed out from the place where its body was stuck to the wall. Under the powerful light of the flare, an extremely bizarre silver-gray color appeared. The viscous fluids flowed down from the wall. Some of them seeped into the cracks in the wall that had just formed, but most of them flowed to the ground. They continued to spread under the tension. As this process progressed, the silver-gray luster, which originally had a metallic texture, gradually dimmed. Its surface became coarse, and it was gradually covered with a layer of fine velvet. A pathogenic strain? A biochemical weapon? Hiyuan and Cat Eyes spoke at the same time, but Hiyuan pulled the trigger once more as she spoke. The powerful magnetic field generated by the electromagnetic coil propelled the metal bullet out of the muzzle. A distance of 60 meters was not worth mentioning under the initial speed of 5 times the speed of sound. The bullet seemed to have just left the muzzle when it pierced diagonally into the mucus-covered wall. Chapter 479. Seeing the effects of Hiyuan's gunshot, Cat Eyes was truly shocked. "Are you a mage?" Luo Nan shouted. "The enemy has cut off the wiring within the wall. It's guiding the electricity." Before Luo Nan's voice fell, the leaping electrical fire had already covered the entire area of mucus. The dense bacterial strains on the surface instantly began to grow crazily, causing the mucus area to be like boiling porridge. Bubbles rose one after the other. Half a second later, a grayish-white shadow the size of 2 knuckles pounced out of one of the bubbles that exploded. Cat Eye's mental senses were not given for nothing. She immediately confirmed the species of the target that had suddenly appeared. Rats! With the appearance of the first, rat came a string of similar short living creatures. They came in an unending stream, seemingly endless and inexplicably strange. They were small in size, but they shouldn't be things that could be concealed by a layer of mucus. Many of them were flesh-colored larvae within the spreading rat swarm. But after staggering a few steps, their fur gradually grew, and their skin turned gray. Their exceptionally sharp incisors flickered with a cold light. Squeaking sounds interweaved with ear-piercing alarm bells, making one's scalp go numb. Cat Eyes looked as if she was watching a clumsy sci-fi drama. After these bacterial strains mature, they directly breed rats? How many links are there in the middle? What about nutrition? What about energy? Guiding electricity, absorbing energy, and transforming it. Hiyuan found an explanation. It might not be correct, but there was no need to get to the bottom of things at this time. More importantly, the enemy spawned this rat swarm. What were they trying to do? Soon, the movements of the rat tide became clear. They didn't launch an assault. Instead, they scattered and fled in all directions after touching the ground. There were rats in every direction, and their movements were swift and nimble. The 3 were stunned for a moment. Hiyuan was the first to react. Gene samples. The answer was a bit jumpy, but Luo Nan and Cat Eyes understood in an instant. Since Little Yu was in charge of collecting inferior genes, perhaps he had already obtained some results and was carrying them with him. Now that the clone had collapsed and the mission was interrupted, the early gains were at risk of becoming a wedding dress for others. Of course, they had to try to cut their losses. Luo Nan and the others were not too clear on how the enemy carried the gene samples through the rats, but they destroyed whatever the enemy did. Such a train of thought was most likely correct. Luo Nan's train of thought was clear, and he discovered a few new circumstances, Some of them passed through the cracks in the wall. Originally, with the degree of cracks in the wall, the rats wouldn't be able to pass through. But these catalyzed clone bombs showed corresponding capabilities. The young rats in front of them that had yet to fully grow exploded. After a few waves of explosions, they forcefully widened the crack and opened up a path of flesh and blood, giving their brethren space to escape. In this way, in front of the wall, behind the wall, and in every corner, there were shadows of rats leaping about. It made people dizzy, and they couldn't even count the number for a while. Boom! The loud bang and the explosion happened at the same time on the cracked wall. The side wall of the reinforced concrete instantly broke open. Gravel flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. The rats that had just broken out were instantly crushed into pieces by such a powerful explosion. The ugly meat patty that had been crawling along the wall was also hard pressed to escape. Its entire body was torn into several pieces, and its silver-gray body fluid sprayed out. But most of it evaporated into nothingness within the flames. In the next moment, an exoskeleton armor strode in through the hole in the wall. It was painted with a special azure color like the sea, and it had a fully sealed helmet with multiple edges. It showed that this was a deep blue walker. In a certain sense, it represented the highest combat power of an official soldier of the world government. The one controlling the deep blue walker was God. After breaking through the wall, the distorted flames around his body spread out, covering the rat tide in all directions. He used the format of fire to deal fatal damage to these suspected carriers of the gene samples. This was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Or perhaps it should be said that this was the embodiment of the importance of the reserve team. He Wayne had sent the 2 bodyguards to drive the car when they had just exited the elevator earlier. In fact, it was a code to activate the Deep Blue Walkers. The 2 former elite burners of the military were C rank at most in terms of their unarmored abilities. They could wear the Deep Blue Walkers, and part of their abilities could enter the B rank range. They were enough to hold their own. He Wayne didn't reveal her 2 trump cards, even when she was fighting with Little You. It would be a lot easier to mobilize them now. Do a complete sweep. Collect. Don't let go of any body tissue. He Wayne naturally raised the level of treatment once again after this incident. God acted according to his orders. Before the logistics team arrived, he would first do the cleaning. However, the situation just now was far too treacherous. It exceeded common sense. After he collected a few pieces of the ugly meat pie, he couldn't restrain himself for once. He took the initiative to ask in the mission channel, "Vice President, is this a nest? You've seen one before." "Yes. I've seen one when I was carrying out a mission in District 87. Later, I used the main laser cannon on the ship to eliminate it." District 87. That's a mature body. You're saying that what we see right now is a nest larva. Cat Eyes was unwilling to be left out. She joined the discussion. A nest? Luo Nen actually knew the relevant general knowledge, but he had to wait for the others to expose it before he connected the theory with reality. He cast his gaze toward the last remaining piece of meat pie on the ground. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be very hard to imagine that this was the legendary factory that produced low-end mutants. It was the fatal source of the genetic pollution of the era of distortion. The so-called nest was something that only appeared in the middle of the era of distortion. It was said to be the product of the Earth's natural environment being completely distorted. It was a deformed biological factory. It was like a methane pool of mutant nature. It gathered countless DNA fragments, causing them to collide and combine with each other to finally produce large amounts of mutant creations. The vast majority of these nest larvae possessed serious genetic defects when compared to the early natural mutants. Moreover, they would soon become food for the surrounding vicious beasts. But it was in this form that the mutant DNA fragments spread throughout the world like a plague. It was said that these DNA fragments had strong expressions and were very difficult to completely degrade. The powerful mutants wouldn't be fatally affected, but it was like burying a ticking time bomb for the surviving normal birds and beasts and the vagrants of the wilderness. Due to the rapid spread of large amounts of mutant DNA, the world government had entered an active defense phase 40 years after the mutant calamity. The species of mutants throughout the world continued to rise without end. It had to be said that this was greatly related to the appearance of the nest. Moreover, no one was able to say for the time being what effect these large amounts of foreign genes would have under the current genetic background. But the academic community basically held a pessimistic attitude. He Wayne had asserted in class that the lingering poison brought by the nest wouldn't be apparent to humans within 1 or 2 generations. But as the population continued to multiply, the mutant DNA would play a more and more important role in the genetic process of the race. This was, without a doubt, an era of genetic pollution. Before the Third World War, there were approximately 10 million species and 1 billion genes on Earth. But 40 years after the war, not counting the mutants, the number of native species had sharply decreased to 700,000. Over 2/3 of the genes could only be seen in the gene library. It was also during these 40 years that the government lost control over the wilderness, which led to the complete loss of control over gene flow and other phenomena. In many regions, foreign genes already occupied an absolute dominant position. This was tantamount to a historical extinction of a species. Luo Nan recalled the knowledge he had learned and combined it with the situation that had just occurred. He spoke in a low voice. This nest? It's artificial, right? Artificial nest? The gene exchange has this kind of technology. Let's create artificial wombs. With this kind of technology, he can forcefully enter the Star Alliance Committee. He'll be the leader of the world later. Cat Eye's words could be said to be in agreement, but not in agreement. She could be said to be refuting, but not refuting. She sounded a bit guilty and weak. Facts speak louder than words. Luo Nan personally witnessed the information pathway from the polar domain pour relevant power and information into the closed bottle openings of his backpack. The relevant cell tissues were stimulated and mixed with each other. Then the ugly meat patty swelled and the rat horde was born. The entire process was bizarre but clear. Clearly, the other party possessed methods and abilities that exceeded common sense. Otherwise, Luo Nen would have pulled He Wayne and Cat Eyes along with him to attack. The deep blue walker under God's control had already completed its initial harvesting in the long corridor that had already changed beyond recognition. It was walking over here. Luo Nan suddenly thought of something at this time. Check Ji Cheong's bag as well. That little you has also emptied his hands. God just happened to walk over to the bag. He picked it up when he heard Luo Nan's words, but he felt that something was wrong the moment he touched it. The side of the bag that was pressed against the ground appeared quite damp. It had already been soaked with some sort of liquid, and there was a tiny crack on the corresponding ground. It should have been caused by the aftermath of He Wayne and Little Yu's battle. There was absolutely no liquid leaking out just now. Luo Nan was certain. He had discovered that there was a problem with Little Yu's backpack, so he had also monitored Ji Cheong's backpack. He had been paying attention to the internal situation before the rat tide arrived. This was also when the rat tide erupted from the nest. Luo Nan's entire attention was shifted over to determine the rat tide's formation pattern and escape trajectory. That's right. Something must have happened at that time. God tore open the bag in one go to confirm the situation inside. But Luo Nan didn't need to look to know. One of the cosmetic bottles is broken. The others are all intact. Luo Nan walked over there as he spoke. He Wayne hesitated for a moment, but she didn't stop him. She quickly followed. Was this a diversion? Then the information was leaked and shifted. Luo Nan pursed his lips. His expression was grim. He felt a bit embarrassed. Everything was clearly within his grasp. The other party didn't detect his observation at all, but they still used ruthless methods to play him. Any opponent that came from the polar domain really couldn't be underestimated. The building's security personnel and the society's logistics team arrived at practically the same time at this time. After a short negotiation, the logistics team relied on the tiger skin of government authority to send the security personnel away. They quickly gathered over here. Luo Nan stood next to the deep blue walker, who was taller than him by half a body. He didn't look at the bag. He just stared at the crack on the ground. It seemed that he wanted to see flowers from within. In reality, he had locked onto the soul strength that came from the polar domain. The other party was still lingering in the surrounding area. It seemed that he hadn't finished. Fine. Actually, he was observing Luo Nan in secret. He was probably very interested in Luo Nan. Chapter 480. At 6:20 in the evening, the rehearsal ended in the municipal plaza. The performance was about to officially begin. During the warm-up period, the hundreds of thousands of people in the plaza roared like a tsunami. Even underground, one could feel the slight vibrations. Luo Nan and his group entered the underground parking lot of the Tonghui building at this time. They sat in a dark-colored, special police transport vehicle. Since it was specially designed for special police officers wearing exoskeleton armor, the vehicle was quite large. Gouda and Si Guisheng maintained their deep blue walker equipment and sat upright in the vehicle. It was still quite spacious. He Yuan communicated with the logistics team and turned around. She walked into the back of the vehicle and closed the door. Then the vehicle started. The samples collected in advance have already been delivered to the Shangding building. No interceptions. Unmanned drones. Cat Eyes was very baffled. The other party is quite patient. Could it be that the gene samples have already been sent out? So these bits and pieces are meaningless. How's the plaza? All targets have been locked in. The follow-up plans need to be evaluated. The two ladies exchanged a few words and turned their gazes to Luo Nan at the same time. Luo Nan was daydreaming. Cat Eyes glanced at him. Are you mute? Luo Nan still did not respond. Right now he and the visitor from the polar domain were in a marvelous state of equilibrium. The visitor had locked onto Luo Nan's body and was observing his every movement. Luo Nan was aware of the visitor's observing actions, but the visitor was completely unaware of it. It was hard to say who had the upper hand in such a situation. Luo Nan's level was a bit higher in terms of the realm of observation, but in terms of reality, he had fallen into a completely passive situation. He wanted to trace back several times, but he was interrupted every time. This was because he had bumped into a few clones scattered across the plaza several times in a row. Luo Nan would have been very happy if he had done this an hour earlier. But right now his psychic bat wave covered the entire living starry sky. The information he sent back included all the clones within a 20-kilometer radius under his surveillance. The information overlapped with each other, greatly reducing the value of the information. At most, it could serve as a verification. Well, this also proved that the visitor's methods were quite similar to Luo Nan's. They both used some kind of medium as a transfer station to realize the ultra-long distance transmission of information. Luo Nan had his believers, and the visitor had his clones. It was very fair. The surveillance and anti-surveillance states were maintained in this sort of equilibrium. Luo Nan believed that he had suffered a bit of a loss, but if he wanted to sever the enemy's surveillance, then he would need to eliminate all the clone bodies in the vicinity of the plaza, and that was clearly impossible. It was inconvenient for Luo Nan to directly report this matter to He Yuan and Cat Eyes. This was to prevent them from sensing any abnormalities and losing their only technical advantage. In that case, leaving was the best choice. Yes, right now Luo Nan didn't reject the idea of leaving the municipal square and heading to the Shangding building at all. That visitor from the polar domain had spread the clone body of an ability user, controlled the nest, and sensed and monitored them from a distance. Every one of his methods was strange and unfathomable, and it was obvious that he didn't intend to keep a low profile. If these problems were transferred to the performance stage, then it was really possible that several 100,000 people would explode into the sky tonight. This was a consequence that Luo Nan could not afford to bear no matter what. Luo Nan remained silent, and Cat Eyes and He Wen no longer urged him. They were beginning to get used to Luo Nan's style. After a long period of silence and observation, shocking words would most likely come out of their mouths. But before that, they still had to do some work. Cat Eyes looked at the real-time updated information in the mission channel. Right now, the people who are likely to be listed as having inferior genes have already been kicked out of the performance team, and they are all being investigated. Oh, right. That dandy brother of yours is also among the suspects. He Wen gave a simple answer. It's already been taken care of. Cat Eyes chuckled. Eliminating hidden dangers to the greatest extent was a smart move. As for whether or not tonight's performance would be able to proceed in its entirety, it was not within the scope of their concern. Luo Nan agreed with this point. After truly facing the enemy, his previous thoughts of taking care of them all felt childish when he thought about it. Right now, he would rather cause a bit of trouble and have tonight's performance cut in half. No matter what, he had to keep his family and friends far away from the source of danger. In the conflict between his ideals and his life, he would choose the latter. At the very least, he would not suffer a loss. Right now, the special police transport vehicle had already left the security control area of the municipal square. Gauda asked He Wen for instructions. The traffic congestion index above ground is quite high. Should we take the underground route? K-12 tunnel. A temporary passage has already been marked out there. Cat Eyes asked, where are we going? Helipad 76 of the King of Science Communications building. We'll ride the flying shuttle there and transfer through the high-altitude traffic layer. Cat Eyes went. Oh. She was no longer interested. She continued to look at the information. Soon, she discovered a new problem. Does the enemy have eyes in Tri-Gate security? According to the diagram drawn by the boss, there are currently clones appearing in the vicinity of several monitoring targets of Tri-Gate security. What did Her Majesty Empress Wu say? Actually, it was more direct to have Luo Nan and Peony, these two frontline intelligence agents, communicate with each other. Luo Nan had previously thought that even if Her Majesty Empress Wu knew of this matter, she would most likely arrange for Peony to coordinate with them. But should they uncover their identities as partners? Just the thought of that situation made Luo Nan feel awkward. However, the feedback He Wen received was more or less unexpected. Her Majesty Empress Wu said that Tri-Gate Security terminated the commission contract with the firm 10 minutes ago and settled the commission. Right now, it's very hard for us to find a reason to get involved through this channel. The contract was terminated. Cat Eyes cast her gaze once more at Luo Nan. Though Luo Nan had yet to speak, he displayed astonishment. He had once heard Peony say that Tri-Gate security might shrink back, but he never expected them to shrink back this quickly. If the factor of the gene exchange wasn't taken into account, just the so-called shady dealings in the entertainment circle was enough to make Tri-Gate security, which had a military background, retreat? Such a big reaction. It's either lack of confidence or a lack of confidence. Maybe. But digging up information is a matter for the future. Right now, we still need to ensure that Mr. Luo safely returns to the Shangding building. Then what about the gene exchange and the nest? This is the center of Xia City. It turns out that someone can place a mutant nest anywhere in the vicinity at any time. Share the pressure together. Join hands to solve the problem. He Wen's attitude was like that of a seasoned politician, but Cat Eyes liked it very much. They'll go crazy. A call came in before she could finish speaking. He Wen picked up the call and greeted calmly hello. The conversation was very simple. It ended very quickly. He Wen gave a slight explanation when faced with Cat Eyes' curious gaze. A company responsible for the security of the municipal plaza is asking for information. They directly contacted you. This company has eyes and ears all over the world. Yes, Sky Blue Security, the one under Quantum Corporation. Cat Eyes and He Yuan cast their gazes at Luo Nan, but Luo Nan still didn't have any reaction. Luo Nan knew that Sky Blue Security was nearby long ago from Peony. What he was concerned about right now was when he would be able to completely extricate himself from the enemy's clone body node monitoring network. Right now, the transport vehicle had already passed the outermost node. The distance between them grew larger and larger. There should be a limit to the extension of the enemy's soul strength. 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters. It was broken off. Amazing. The range of his senses could extend to nearly a kilometer by relying on a single node. According to Luo Nan's own experience, the difference in the observation radius of the main body and the node was around 10 times. If he didn't have the living starry sky as an observation mode, it would be pretty good if he could reach 100 meters purely by relying on his mental senses. Being far away from such a powerful person gave Luo Nan a feeling of relaxation. It was as if he had come out from deep water. It was as if he had rushed out from the encirclement of mosquitoes and bees. It was refreshing and bright. Luo Nan unconsciously let out a breath. Cat Eyes looked at him. "You really are abnormal." Luo Nan grunted. Since he was already free, he could talk about some things. "I just felt like someone was spying on me." He Yuan and Cat Eyes would have to consider these words if they were spoken by someone else. However, the words came from the mouth of Luo Nan, an expert in mental senses. The meaning was completely different. Now, Cat Eyes' body suddenly went taut. She was still able to use her mental senses to scan the surrounding environment within the sealed vehicle. Of course, she didn't discover anything. Right now, the transport vehicle was moving through the flow of traffic in the underground lane. Its appearance was quite eye-catching, but it was very difficult to follow and observe it. He Yuan asked, "When did it start?" "It's been a while. Maybe it was after we fought?" "It's a lot better now." Her mouth said maybe, but she was certain in her heart. As an expert in the mental side, she had this advantage. She could push everything to an illusory feeling. God reported in a timely manner, "There's still 400 meters until we enter the exclusive passageway." He Yuan gazed at Luo Nan for a moment, then contacted the staff of the society. She issued an order a few seconds later. "Execute according to the original plan." After the order was issued, the transport vehicle began to change lanes. It headed toward an underground tunnel that was marked as forbidden to pass through. The indicator light of the tunnel automatically turned green when the vehicle arrived 30 meters before the tunnel. The authority verification was passed. A second later, the transport vehicle drove into the interior of the tunnel. There were no other vehicles other than the transport vehicle in the Tulane tunnel. It was spacious and unobstructed. This tunnel led directly to the internal passageway of Kuwang's communications building. According to the plan, they would be able to reach apron 76 in at most 5 minutes. But Luo Nan suddenly felt a change at this time. The refreshing feeling of being free of pressure suddenly vanished, and the corresponding feeling of being spied on came. And it wasn't the kind of clear directional observation from before. Instead, it was a directionless, oppressive feeling of danger everywhere. It was completely unknown where it came from. The transport vehicle drove into the interior of the building. The two-lane road ahead turned into a single lane, and the speed of the vehicle slowed down accordingly. This was a freight passageway that led directly to apron 76. With the level of Luo Nan's mental senses, he could already sense the activated flying shuttle and the security personnel in the surroundings. The problem was that the terrible feeling of being spied on grew stronger and stronger. Or perhaps it could be said that it was no longer spying on him. It was an offensive type of oppression. It was like an enemy brimming with malice had come to bully him. Oh, there was a subtle difference. It was like